Okay. So, last session, you guys attempted to bring Me-Man back from the dead. His soul refused to return. You saw the presence of kind of Obed High and Yenchi kind of talking to each other and saying, something along the lines of they'll have to find another. And Me-Man's soul separated from the remains of his now dwarven reincarnated body and was taken somewhere else, not here. The rest of you, sort of disappointed from that, returned back to Graydon Dur, the capital city of Bacchus, to sort of separate ways from Darius and Jameson, who wish to reach out to some of the other Acer Magica who are around the continent. You guys split up the Sending Stone so you could stay in contact with them, and you made way to a market. And in that market, you overheard someone trying to sell Terthian wine, specifically Stable Master's Port. And intrigued by that, you approached, finding a gnome wearing a similar looking hat to what Finri used to have, smoking a pipe Finri used to have, selling these wines. And it turned out this is somehow Finri returned in a different form now as a gnome, who you are reunited with. And as that session ended, basically Finri said, there's a lot to talk about, but let's go, let's talk on the move. You guys did give him some of the gold that he had previously before dying that you guys held on to. So Finri, you no longer need to hawk your wines to do whatever you were trying to do.
I do that out of love, not because I need it.
Fair. That's out of passion for the wine that you do that. Okay, so you guys did talk to an innkeeper over by the gnomish quarters. The city map is now in the bottom left if you ever want to click it. It takes you right there. So the gnome quarter is kind of the left side of the map. And specifically, you guys got a room at number 30, which is called the Friendly Tavern. The Friendly Inn. Right now you guys are kind of at Inderdock Square. I'll just kind of give you a quick visual of what that might look like. So Inderdock Square, or Inderdock Market, is just, kind of a rough, shabby market at the north side of the city where you met Finri. So, and you also know that there is a Mages Guild here. Max, you had interest in sort of selling off a lot of the items that you've been carrying around and potentially buying some things. But it's up to you guys. Do you guys want to go back to the Friendly Inn, or do you wish to go do some more shopping? Don't all talk at once.
Does anybody want any of this? Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Adolfer's only interest is in speaking with the whoever it was that I found last session that can keep the barding intact for Bard that we discussed.
Okay, yeah, you do find that person actually in the Inderdock Market. It's an armorer who's located at the market, and he essentially tells you that it'll take, somewhere between 2 or 3 days. He can do it quicker if you give him a little bit more gold, but for the normal price, it'll take about 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, normal price, and providing I think we talked about I think a discussion was like 530 gold and both of the remaining hides I have. Or 580.
Yeah, when you give him the hide that you have, essentially it'll cost 580 gold.
Yeah.
So go ahead and remove 580 gold and the remaining Yeth hide that you have.
Will do.
Okay. That's easy enough. Who else? Where else are you guys going for shopping, and or are you returning to the inn for tonight?
That one thing that I wanted to buy, you need me to go shopping for that, or
Remind me again. Let me look in your channel.
is that like talisman that gave me like a swift speed movement? Hold on.
I think you put it in the game chat.
You put it in lobby, I think, maybe?
Here it is. No, it's in Group OS. The Chrono Charm of Horizon Walker. So the only group that would probably sell it in a place like this would either be like potentially, and you know this because you've been around this city a little bit longer than the rest of them the last few days. There could be potentially a shop owner or some folks in the Gnomish Quarter that work in that kind of wondrous items, but the more common place you would find it is the Mages Guild, which Max wants to go to potentially anyways.
I guess I'm hanging out with Max.
Okay, so you guys want to go do that today? It's about mid-afternoon, or you want to go to the inn first?
I don't care either way. Max, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the Mages Guild then. And Lanray, I did get your message about the arrows. Finray, you sort of overhear Lanray discussing his desire to sell off some of the poison arrows that he has. You know Finray the following regarding that, and I am whispering it to you. Whisper. This whisper brought to you by nobody, because we are not sponsored. Alright, so that should have gone to you. Do with that whatever you want, but Lanray, yeah. You guys start walking towards the Mages Guild. It is the Guild of Free Magic. And I'll just pop that up for you all. So.
Kind of looks like a house of ill repute.
Everything's a little shabby chic here in Graydon Dur. I mean, I wouldn't say that too loudly around Medolfir, maybe.
I was expecting like vampire ladies to come out of this building.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
As you pass Pillar Rock, which is this kind of odd natural stone at the center of Graydon Dur, almost like a statue, but it's just a rock. You move towards the southeast quadrant of the city that's closest to the castle of Graydon Dur, and that's where you find the Guild of Free Magic. It's a 3-story stone building with kind of a more ornate exterior than you find on most of the buildings. It's kind of similar to the marketplace. It has this exterior of wooden balconies over a colonnade of columns. At the ground level, everything kind of is polished because of so much activity over the years, just from people walking by, standing at the bottom level. At the top, there's kind of like a pitched roof of terracotta roofing and a tower that sort of is central to the roof that rises above the rest of the guild. The door itself that enters is a very fine Adbarian ironwood. As you guys kind of approach and eventually enter through the ironwood doors, you find a very different condition from what Max you're used to as a Mages Guild at the Planetum. The space of the entry is much smaller. It's not much bigger than like a typical shop, but without any like shelves or wares. And as you take your sort of first step in, from thin air, a tapestry just kind of unfurls in front of you. And you see the image of a half-human, half-orc woven into kind of like these subdued earthen tones of thread. And it's just hanging in midair. And before you can really react to the figure to the tapestry appearing out of nowhere. The half-orc within the tapestry starts talking, and he's wearing kind of these very ornate magic robes. And in Orcish, which Medolfir, you understand, he says, "Welcome, travelers." And then he switches to Common and says, "Or would you prefer Common? I am Huldrick of the tribe Mazarek, illusionist of the Guild of Free Magic. New friends are always welcome, but beware, we are watching." And all around you, just a series of like weird eyeballs start popping everywhere. It's almost like dominoes as they circle around, and then eventually when they reach back to the tapestry, it just snaps and re-rolls itself upwards and bursts into just a puff of dust and disappears. And now behind it, you see just a hallway.
Anything about this particular interaction that puts Medolfir on edge? Considering what happened here at his youth.
Do you think Medolfir would have ever come to the Guild of Free Magic when he lived in Bacchus?
No, but I meant more in relation to the hunt of the Wolfenbeer, like like the forces that were involved in the hunting down of the clans. Did they employ like specific people or magic or stuff like that? You know.
Yeah, no, they didn't employ magic, and what you know of the tribe Mazarek is they are generally like focused on arcana and things like that. They're one of the few tribes that actually focus on arcana in Bacchus. But no, you don't believe them to be specifically part of that. You guys are still under that disguise spell. So, you know, they're not necessarily seeing you the way that you would look if you didn't have that up.
Yep. Okay.
Max, it was illusion magic. It was definitely some sort of a minor image or something that he cast there.
Okay.
Finri, he is not a jabroni. He appears to be some figure of authority here who's just kind of warning you guys not to run amok within the Guild of Free Magic.
So that's a negative on jabroni.
Negative on jabroni, yes. As you make your way down the hallway, because there's not really much to do in this foyer after this guy kind of gives you the once over, you pass these like open passageways where people are reading various books at small desks in pretty small quarters, taking notes. Max, you can see that some of these are wizards that are transcribing from other source materials into their own spell books, so clearly that's a service that can be done here. Most are half-orcs, but there are some gnomes that you notice also as part of this guild. And you see a tiefling as well, studying some magic. The sound of some of your footsteps eventually, especially like Medolfir, who sometimes has a heavy footstep, it draws the attention of some of them as you pass, and they kind of just like shrug and return back to their focuses. But at the far end of the hallway, as you just start seeing the central staircase that seemingly connects all the different stories, you pause, and one of the voices from within one of these rooms kind of clears their throat. And you see an aged green-skinned gentleman with a single sort of long-grown tusk from the lower jaw is looking at you. Do you need assistance in finding someone or something? Perhaps potions are here, what you're here for? What do you need?
Yeah.
I'm speaking this in common.
This is for y'all. This is free magic here. The Guild of Free Magic. I'm just like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why is Max here? Do I know that?
Yeah, Max, why are you here at the Mages Guild?
Looking for items.
Looking at Hoxa.
But I don't have money, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you're also looking to sell a bunch of stuff, so you might find.
Yeah, but even at full price, if I get those sold at like 100% value, I still don't think I have enough. So.
Okay.
Well, no, at the rate. Well, no, at 100% I could afford it, but I don't think I'm gonna get that. So.
Okay. And Finnery, this would be the place that you would have access to that chrono magic.
I would ask about that to see if that is something that he has.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I can help you out with that. It's an interesting item. Well, the person who might have that is Cordu. He's kind of our wondrous item craft maker. Yeah, follow me. And he starts kind of just heading the way he's heading.
GM, I'm sorry, I've got a quick question real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the gold, I don't know, the gold award, I guess this was loot or whatever. Mm-hmm. When you were asking last time about did we want you to convert that into weightless currency for us?
Yeah.
Did you already add that to our sheets? I'm trying to determine if what I have in my inventory is that or if it's
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, since you guys came to a city, basically any currency that you had that had weight, I converted to weightless just so that it's not encumbering you, since it would have been easy to do that. In any city, you can do that.
So, just,
Yep.
Yeah, no, just like, let Max know if he needs some coin, Madolfer has some extra.
Noted.
You sure you want to use your coin to help me buy a book? Because it seems antithetical to your whole thing, right?
all you would know is that like Max's books help him do the things he does. You don't really understand how.
Right. I mean,
okay, well, I appreciate it. Let's see how much I can get. Yeah.
So basically, just to keep a number in the back of your head, he's out like 28. You would have access to if you needed it to do what you need.
Okay. Yeah, as you kind of start making your way through, it's kind of like awkward. He's like, well, we might as well talk while we walk. He goes, I am Fusel of the tribe Mazurek, and I can take you to Cordu. Just follow me. And while you walk, he's kind of just like, well, we might as well talk about something. So he goes, let me tell you more about the Guild of Free Magic. He looks to you, Max, and you realize, like, at this moment, the bag of holding that you're carrying has an emblem of the Platinum Invidious on it, visibly. And he kind of just says, like, unlike the Platinum, we cater to those of all levels of arcade mastery, including those who have only a rudimentary understanding of spellcraft, and kind of points to some of the people studying. The guild was constructed in 2497 in the Age of Enthronement. As one of the first permanent structures of the nascent Gradendur, its completion pretty much coincides with the Castle of Gradendur that I'm sure you all saw outside. At that time, only the first level, also known as the Calderak, or the Home Fire in common, was built. And he starts like pointing around at the various things that have been gathered, trinkets and magical items. Later additions included the construction of the tower, which we are currently climbing. And he just starts climbing. And this is basically like a little tour guide bus ride, essentially, at this point. The second level was completed in 3115. And lastly, the third level was only 200 years ago, in 4115. Although most don't think Gradendur to be a center of knowledge arcana, we do boast one of the greatest collections of magical writings within Dorithia, and have substantial archival documents in the study of Dulandrian and Kragan cultures. Something I think you, my wizardly friend Max, would admit the Platinum cannot boast. As you reach the second level, you see kind of like a grand space. Are you guys asking him any questions as he's kind of touring you around the various parts of the Mages Guild? You find kind of more like a banquet space on the second level with stained glass windows that allow various light colors through onto the ashen wood floors and woven rugs. And he kind of just says, okay, well, through this door you'll find the wondrous Cordu, who may help you with your mercantile needs. But if you need anything in terms of the study of magic, please do find me within my study downstairs. And don't wander to the third floor. There's not much there except for personal belongings and bedrooms. So keep out.
Thank you. Sounds wonderful.
Excellent. And he sort of like nods to you, and he pushes his hand against an unlit sconce at the exterior frame of the doorway and just kind of disappears into nothing. Going through the door?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Through the door, you find only a single person, who by context must be Cordu the Collector. You see somewhat stout gnome wearing arcane robes that drape behind him, almost like a train following behind him as he walks. And it looks like it's almost cut purposely 3 inches longer than it needs to be compared to the height of him. On his head, he has a traditional gnomish style hat that has 2 fabric portions that hang just past his ears. And he's kind of pushed them back to show off his protruding ears. He smiles, and you see that his teeth are flat, as if it's been just ground down over time of stress. And he welcomes you. Welcome, travelers, here to the Guild of Free Magic. Welcome, welcome. Cordu welcomes all who seek arcane knowledge. How can I help you?
I'm gonna go first. I was looking for a Chrono Charm of the Horizon Walker, it's called.
Huh. You know, when you walked in, I thought you might just want some potions. But, well, how about I show you various things that I have? And he kind of walks you around, and
I'm gonna say, like, under my breath to everybody else in the group, I'm like, everybody thinks you want potions.
Well, it is what most people come to shop out of magic item shop for. Most people don't have that much gold. He does have a Chrono Charm of the Horizon Walker, which you can see on his list, as well as several other things that he shows off. Feel free, you guys can see it now, I believe. But let me drag it onto the screen, onto the chat, so you can click on it from there. There you go. You can click it from the chat now. So, you wish to purchase this? It is 500 gold.
How is it possible, just mechanics-wise, to like butter up a person to see if we can get a discount?
Yeah, diplomancy.
Diplomancy it is. So yeah, you would need to do a diplomacy check. Or sometimes intimidate, although that works really shitty. Okay. As you kind of start talking to him, he's like, you look kind of familiar. Do I know you? Are we family?
We could be. I have a pretty big family. I mean, I do get that family vibe from you. You're very much someone that seems like could have shown up growing up.
Yeah. You have interesting taste in magical items. Don't tell anybody else this. And he kind of like leans down or not leans down. He actually is the same height as you. He kind of just walks over and just says, "Don't tell the tall ones this, but I like you. I'll give you this for 450 gold."
Oh, that's fantastic. I am super thankful. You're awesome.
Yeah, but, hey, between you and me, I have some better stuff. So if you ever need some more powerful things, just, let me know and let's negotiate. And if you ever run across anything, let me know.
Oh, definitely. We'll do. Max, is there anything you would like? This, my friend, is the most magically learned person of the group. Is there anything you want, Max?
Max kind of like is just now finishing reading the full list that's there.
Yeah.
And
just perusing.
And he's like, these are some fine goods here, and then he kind of like leans over onto the countertop or whatever.
Yes.
Says, do you have any, off the menu items?
He looks over at Finray. For some reason it's not letting me drag off of this to your inventory.
Yeah, you have to like make that an option to make it draggable in the NPC view or whatever that is. The shop, the loot.
The weird part though is it's not letting me do it, and I'm...
Yeah, but it's that's an option for overall.
Give me a second. Let me... Where is that option? Because I don't see it for some reason here.
I don't know. I can't see the GM view, so
Yeah. All right. I'll drag it from the compendium to you, Finray. So, Finray, just remove 450 gold for me, since I can't grab it directly. And let me just grab that.
And as I'm talking, I'm like, what do you think of Bokab? Are you down with Bokab?
Am I down with Bokab? All right. Hold 1 second. All right, I'm back. So, yeah, as you...
You down with COB?
He kind of just is like, oh, good. Another northerner thinking all of us who live in an orc city follow Bokab. And he looks over at you, Medolfir. And he's kind of just like, does he think you're also a follower of Bokab?
Hold on. Bokab is just like generally the god of magic.
Yeah.
Like, it's not orc related, as far as I know.
He goes, what specifically of Bokab are you looking for?
I've had my eye, out for like one of those spell books that his followers seem to.
You're looking for a blessed book.
Yeah, I mean, if you have it, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering.
Well, what can you provide Cordu, the collector, in exchange for that?
I kind of pop the collars on my robe. And I say, well, I've got this robe of useful items. I haven't even pulled any items out of it. It's fresh. And I show him how all the pockets are still there.
Not bad. That's pretty nice. He says, yeah, I'll give you some money for that. I mean, you got anything a little bit more rare?
No. But I do have this Dorge, and I show him a kind of a larger rock. And it's got, I don't know what it looks like, but it's I've tuned to it a couple times, but like not great at using it. It's a dimension swap.
Do you show him everything else also other than the dagger?
I've kind of asked a few times if the party thinks I should be getting rid of this stuff, right? Like the list that I posted. Nobody really said anything, so if like that Pearl of Speech is definitely infernal, is that right? Because there was some controversy on whether it was common or infernal.
It is common. It was Finray's ring that he used specifically when he was in animal form so he could speak back in common.
No, Pearl of Speech.
Sorry, yes, the Pearl.
Okay.
It is a Pearl of Speech in common, yes.
Okay, so in that case, I probably wouldn't sell it because we could probably use it with an animal or something, right?
You could put it on an animal. Yeah.
You can give it to Meldo or Vard, and then they would be able to communicate. It would still be just as dumb, but they'd be able to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I also listed the Witstones because as far as Max has been sitting around these items for a while and still hasn't figured out what the fuck they are. So as far as he cares, they're kind of useless. Like they're expensive, but like he doesn't really know what to do.
Give me a sense motive check as you pull those out. And anybody can do that. Sense motives as you wish.
Okay.
Watch out for my +2 guys.
As far as the speak with animals, by the way, Max Midolford already can talk to Bard, so he's not so much interested in that. From a player standpoint, the only thing in your list that looks like it could potentially be quite useful would be the Dorje.
Yeah, but if we don't have any psionic characters, then they have to pass a
potentially significant amount of gold to sell it to, so he doesn't really have any particular desire for it other than the tactical advantage it can provide on the battlefield.
So it's not useful tactically unless we have someone that can use it easily. So otherwise, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
Hey, can you?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh my god!
Did you hear what I was saying about the Dorje?
Yes, we heard you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, yeah. What Max is basically saying though is the Dorje would only be useful tactically if you guys had either somebody who's very good at use magical device or
use psionic device.
In this game world, I have said that you can.
Oh, they're the same. Yeah. I don't have either, so yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Or if it was a psionic, so its value really is in the gold for this particular party.
Okay. Fine.
Like it would take me like 10 rounds on average to be able to activate the thing. So it's not. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So as you pull those all out,
I do. I don't know if there's a way, but I kind of want to assist Max in kind of diplomacy with my fam, who's trying to sell him some stuff.
Well, you got the whisper, or what are you doing with that whisper to assist him with?
I basically can he see me, or is he looking at Max?
He's looking at Max generally because Max is kind of haggling and pulling out these items. So he's not really noticing you as much, but you can certainly make yourself more noticeable.
Max, when you pulled out the Witstone, I give you like a discreet thumbs up, so you know that he's interested.
Okay. Let me just check one thing real quick.
And Max, the stuff in your bag of holding that used to, I'll just IM you about the stuff in the bag I was gonna pull over. It's just mundane stuff, but
yeah, you guys have a lot more than just that list for sure.
The stuff in the bag of holding that in the separate inventory, you guys can just grab that. You don't need my permission. That's just.
Oh, you already separated out Finry's stuff. Do you want me to can I grab that whole thing?
Yeah.
Because I'll sell anything else that's on here that is not useful. I did not realize that. Thanks, Max.
Yeah, like the stuff that's Max's personal stuff, he has in his own inventory's bag of holding.
There's a couple of tools that I was going to pull out. I'll just grab them.
Go for it. So, Max, he kind of gives you that thumbs up, and
you're not going to take the alchemy tools and stuff, are you?
I was going to grab the alchemy tools, but I will not if you don't. We take that. I'm going to take the thieves' tools and the scale and the alchemy's tools. What are the three things on the general stuff?
I can go. I also do alchemy, so that's all. Were you going to sell it?
No.
Oh, okay. As long as we have it in the party, it's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Max, as you pull out each of these things, instead of the pearl of speech, you don't pull that one out, but the robe, he's already sort of said, that's nice. The door, she's like, oh, okay, I think I can find buyers for that. As you pull out the Witstone and Finry gives you kind of an interesting thumbs up, he doesn't seem to notice Finry. And he kind of goes, and just like blue crystal rocks, those are interesting. I'm not sure if I can find a buyer for those, but I'll take them off your hands. I can offer you, and he thinks for a second, mostly because the GM has to pull open the calculator app. I can offer you 7,000 gold for all 3 of those things. It's a pretty generous offer.
Max starts like putting it back into the bag.
Oh, no, hold on.
He's offering 7,000 for like the robe, the dorch, and the 3 witstones?
Yes. He says,
Okay.
maybe those stones could be useful in some of my craft making. I'm sure you don't really need any use for those. How about, instead of you putting them back, I give you... How about I give you 7,250 for all 3?
Do I know that that's a good deal or not? By the way, can I?
Yeah. Give me a what is that freaking skill? Give me an appraisal. But you have to be. I think. Oh no, you don't have to be trained in that one.
I am.
Finry and Max, I would say Max, off the top of your head, you know these witstones are valuable to someone who makes crafts. You know that Flickerwisp used to eat the shit out of these things when he was making all of his wands and stuff. So clearly they have some value in that process to the right buyer. Okay, Finry, I think you're still holding the sort of status that you had before. Max, if you wish, you can try to make a diplomacy check or maybe even a bluff check if you wish. I don't know if you're good at either of those.
No, I'm just going to say, okay, I mean, obviously you don't know what these are, so it's fine. I don't want to like ruin the material, so I'll just go elsewhere. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
Well, hold on there. And he kind of says, let's not be rash. Clearly, you're a knowledgeable man from the Planetome, so you are aware that what they can do. I'll give you a fair offer, and this is the highest I can go. I can give you 8,000 for the whole thing. You know, Max, that is actually slightly above 10% higher than what you would typically find. That's the half rate.
Yeah, like 55%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help me. You know, like this amount doesn't get Max to where he needs to be, and I still haven't even gotten an answer of whether or not he's got the thing that I want. So, like, I don't have any incentive to like sell it.
He notices, he notices this, and he goes, and by the way, I do have a blessed book. And he now kind of like from behind the counter pulls up a blessed book, as well as a few other things in case they'll, help you think about giving me this. And he now like starts pulling out all the things behind the counter that you normally didn't see that are kind of just special things that he keeps. So you'll see a bunch of things on this list now popping up. It would be good to have a friend in town who knows how to acquire such materials. You could always return back to Cordu. 8,200 gold, and that's the furthest I can go. I'm losing money here. That gets you most of the way there, Max.
How much more do you need, by the way?
I just...
What about if he would give you extra value if you just bartered them for the item that you're holding?
Yeah, but I mean, that context has already been laid out, and he's already including that in this transaction.
How much? Because there's a couple things that are on the Finry list that I don't need, so I'm happy to give up. There's a small whetstone on that list. You can add that to the pile. That might be... I don't know how close you are to what you're trying to buy.
Finry, as you pull that out, he goes, you have more of these. Well, that is interesting. Well, how many more of these do you actually have? What else do you have?
I would not... So, Max, how close are you? What's the number you're trying to hit? Like roundabout, is it 9K, 10K, 25K? Like, what are we...
Oh no, I need. So that if it's on the shopping list there, it's the Blessed Book. So you can see the price of it there.
He tells you he's willing to let go of that.
List is anymore.
No, it's not 11,250. It's...
I know. He says, let me talk. He says, if you release the things you have, I'm willing to let it go at a very good bargain price of 11,250.
It offer has 2,700 for you to add to what you need.
Yeah, but I don't want to use up the party's money for this. Like, it's fine. I'm just gonna let it go. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So are you selling it or not?
Does the party think it's a smart idea to get rid of the Woodstones?
It offer has no opinion.
Medolfir would not care about a Woodstone.
Okay, Finray was there when we were discussing like how we found these things and where they're like promenades and all that. So like,
I will tell. Yeah, go ahead, Landry. Sorry.
I was just gonna say Lanray probably would not have any opinion other than does it help you, Max, to turn this into coin instead?
Finray, just so it's in the chat log, you can always scroll back up, but you can click on that button in the chat log and it takes you to the store again. I mean, if you want GM's help, I can tell you some stuff that you in your bag of holding, but a lot of that stuff's just been sitting around. Nobody's been using it. There's a lot of stuff.
Stuff I would like to sell. The Amulet of Mighty Fist +1 does me no good right now.
Okay.
And then I have that Woodstone. Both of those are, I don't know how much they'd be worth, but
as you take them out, and with the Amulet of Mighty Fists, he kind of looks at it and he goes, man, you guys really... Hey, what happened? Why did it just disappear?
what are you talking about?
Oh, you put it in your stuff to sell, that's why. He looks at that and he goes, you guys have a lot of things. You must have come from something. He goes, yeah, I can give you another 3,300 gold for those. What else do you have? He's like looking to buy things. He is actively, he's got a big coin purse.
So Max, if you add that $3,000, I think that gets you to where you need to be.
Yeah.
And I also, I kind of turn my back to him and talk to Max and whisper, Max, I also have these vials of shadow plane goo. I have no idea what they do, but I could put that on the table. If it would help.
Does Max know what those are? Is that something that we got during a thing?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when you actually got those. Let me read what I wrote in it. Is it in your efficient quiver?
Yeah, it says found and extracted.
Do I need to do an alchemy check?
Yeah, give me an alchemy check. And honestly, I gotta see what these things are. Oh yeah, Violin. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. These are alchemicals. This might not be the right audience for selling alchemicals specifically. Oh, look at Finry with craft alchemy. Yeah, this guy probably doesn't deal with those kinds of things, but he says, I could find probably somebody to buy those for 25 gold.
Do what?
So, thus far, he says, he kind of looks and he says to Finry and Max, for if you just combine those two things, I'll give you 250 gold and you can take the Blessed Book.
What
do you say?
Sure. I don't know. Yeah. I'll sell the robe, So how much did he offer for the robe, the Dorge, and the 3 Whetstones? The large ones?
He ended up at 8,200 gold for that, and then the 3,300. So GM is doing correct math here. So he'll basically, he's giving you 11,500, and he's selling it for 11,250. So you get back 250.
Yeah, it's
He
like
puts his hand out.
It's like 56% of the market value. Is all.
Yeah.
It's not like he didn't go up that much. Is all I'm saying. Like it might be, like the number of coins might be higher, but like percentage-wise, it's not. Just like explaining what's going on is in Max's head, basically. Yeah. Right.
You can try to bluff him a little bit, or just kind of say, I'm done here, and I'll make a decision on.
I'm gonna risk making him pissed off at me. Sweet.
He's like, clearly you're not that reasonable, but you, my kin. He looks at you, Finry, and he's like, this is a good deal. Let's not sell it over for another couple hundred gold. How about I give you 500 gold on top, and we call it an even trade.
Max hates this guy.
Yeah. Do you want to? I give Max a thumbs up and like a smile.
Yeah, so that's fine. I'll sell.
Okay. So who's taking the 500 GP, Max? I'm adding the blessed book.
That's going to. So hold on. I need to zero out all of my cash first of all. Hold on. No.
No, you don't. You don't have to, because this was 500 over on just the things you were selling. So your gold is still intact.
Yeah, but so hold on. Can we just do it separately? Because the way that you're calculating it right now uses a lot of Finray's cash for my item when I actually have liquid cash.
So 1125 is how much you needed. He's gonna say, 8,500 is what he's gonna get at in the final there for you.
For the three categories of items from Max?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have about 1,169 gold, let's call it. So let's just call it 1,000 extra gold on top.
No, hold on. How much did he give me?
8,500.
Okay, I'm gonna add that to my stuff.
Sure. So you are now at 1169.
I would have sold those 2 things anyway. So if Max doesn't need them, it's fine.
Okay, so you are at 9,669 gold right now, plus a few pence.
I know, that's fine.
So
that's no, I'm not, right? So that's the actual coins that are in my bag, but I also have bills that add on top of that. So I've got, okay, so how much is he willing to, okay, so for the item that Finray sold, he needs to just get 480 less than the sell value, because that's how much I need on top of the cash I have right now. Okay. So the rest of the sale of that item goes to Finray. I only need 480 from him.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, do you see what I was trying to make sure that I go to 0 and he gets the rest of it.
Just tell me what the number is.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at. 3,300 minus 480 is equal to 2,820.
Perfect.
So go ahead and add 2,820 to your gold count, Finray, and remove the Mighty Fists. Okay. Anybody else selling anything less complicated? There are many other things on this shopping available list. Medolfir, Lanray. Okay, Medolfir's good.
Yeah, and I don't have anything.
Do you want to sell that vial of Shadowplane goo for 25 gold?
I mean, I would not even know the value of it, so I guess I would look to Max or Finry to say, what do you guys think?
Yeah, with the craft alchemy checks they did before, both of them know that that's a pretty reasonable price for the amount, the 8 quantity that you have of it.
Does Max know what the actual properties of this thing is?
Yeah, because I don't even know what it does.
Yeah, you know that they are planar touched alchemical items that can be used in the crafting of alchemy. So for alchemical items, they are useful.
But they don't have like, I don't know about if they have a property where like if you chew on it while you're casting, it does something or some
with
crap like that.
Finry's check. Well, with both of your checks as an aid, no, you don't believe that there's any meta magic component to them. They would only be useful in the crafting.
Sell it if you want.
Yep. So if you wish to, go ahead and add 25 gold and just remove it from your inventory.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Max, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup in the bag of holding. I deleted the Finry stuff because I had moved this stuff over and it just duplicates. But then what it did is it realigned it to all the other places. So give me a second.
Yeah, you needed to delete the contents of the bag before you delete the bag. Otherwise, it does that.
That's weird stuff. Okay, and don't worry, I have a backup for it from pre-session, so I can always balance the checkbooks. Anything else? And Cordu at this point's like, wow, this has been quite a good day. I have other things. Are you all interested in a hammer sphere? And he kind of points to it, or a cube of frost resistance. Clearly, adventurers like yourselves need protections. No? Well, all right then.
I have zero cash, so I'm not talking.
Well, if you do find any other things, please bring them back to Cordu. Don't trust the ones in the Gnomish Quarter. They will not give you as good of a price as I do. And he looks over to you, Finry. I guarantee it.
I reach out, give him a hug, and I'm like, that's for him.
I like you. All right. With that, are you guys doing anything else here at the Mages Guild, or are you heading to the inn? What are you guys doing? There's a lot of other stuff in the city. But don't fear, you know of some places that sell some good street food.
Do you have that magic bedroll?
Yeah.
Is that a limited use thing, or you can use it every time you rest and camp?
It is not a limited use thing. It is anytime you have it, it works.
Well. I'm gonna remove 500 gold from my inventory, and I'm gonna buy them.
Excellent. He goes, well, I don't run across too many barbarians who enjoy the fine magic items, but I appreciate it, and here you go. And he hands it over to you. He says, if you need anything else for those cold winter nights, let me know.
Thank you.
Go ahead and remove that 500 gold.
I did.
All right. Landray, there's other stuff here. There's some interesting items here that can help. Are you interested in any of them? He kind of looks at you and he says, I see you have a cloak of resistance. Quite nice. By the way, you guys do have Mayman's stuff in case any of that is looking to be sold. But he goes, perhaps my elven friend would be interested in an assassin's dagger?
Could be persuaded.
Or maybe a manual of gainful exercise?
I gotta read up on them real quick.
Yeah. You now see that he has, Max, now that you're out of the need to do this transaction, you see two items that immediately are holy shit. A rod of invulnerability. And it is within a glass case that has all these freaking clear as day magical wards around it. You know that gives you a +5 enhancement bonus to armor, saving throw. It's crazy. But you also know it's worth 60,000 platinum.
Max immediately nope, he doesn't have it prepared. Never mind.
Landry, anything that you see on that list of interest?
Yeah,
Hold on, Max. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, the manual of gainful exercise, and also the boots of teleportation actually very much interest me.
Yes, the main gainful exercise. I mean, who has time nowadays to go out killing, just so you can get better at it? This, you read it once, and it's forever. You're good to go forever. This particular one is, it only gives you a +1 to your, what is it, dexterity, I believe, or is it strength?
Strength.
Strength, thank you. The boots, however, those are very interesting. Obviously, you know how that works. Teleport. Everyone knows teleportation. Which one of these would you like to purchase? Or both? The boots are quite expensive. For you, though, with all the things you've given me today, I'd give it to you for 45,000 gold.
For the boots?
Yeah.
45,000?
40,000 gold. 45,000 gold, yeah. And the manual, let's call it 25,000.
Lanray says, "Let me think it over." And
of course. You know where Cordu is.
Yes, and I go back. I just kind of take a step back, and then Lanray, obviously not. He does not have a great sense for this, given where he's from.
Sure.
And so he confers with Max to get his opinion.
Max?
Wouldn't you be more interested in the quickness of action manual, Henry? I'm just asking the character, or player to player.
Well, yeah, except I consider my dexterity is fairly maxed, I thought.
There's no max in 3.5. As long as you find a way to do it, you can keep going higher.
Yeah.
Got it.
Or both.
But
I mean, Max would say, though, yeah, those are powerful things, but can you afford to buy them?
Well, that's the $1 million question, or the...
That's 25,000 gold.
The $25,000.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is something that you can work towards. At this moment, I don't think you have the gold unless you sell some things.
Right. No, I'm just gonna. I'll just, in terms of my engagement with the guy, it's like, I appreciate your offers, and I will remember where you are. I just will not be able to purchase anything today.
As he starts talking to you, he starts looking you up and down, and there's certain things that you wear all the time or have access to based on your equipment. And he goes, other than that cloak of resistance, you do have quite a few very nice things. I'm going to go ahead and say you're not actually equipped with the Candle of Invocation right now, but the Brain Spider is just kind of like hanging out on the other shoulder next to Meldo. And he goes, for instance, that. Where did you come upon that? That interesting, wondrous device. Cordu could be very interested in that.
GM, do you remember where I
Yeah, you guys ransacked the Planetum Invidious at one point. You went through a bunch of the rooms and stole a bunch of stuff. One of which was this Brain Spider, which you technically didn't steal. This one was the one thing that was actually somehow granted to you from the stars of the divination room. So you came upon it in the Planetum.
Yes, we came upon this as part of our adventures as a group. Certain ways, certain means.
Fascinating. Well, if you were looking to potentially sell that, I would offer you 30,000 gold, but only if it's for store credit. Otherwise, I can give you 25,000 gold for it.
Generous offer.
Okay.
Let me consider, and I'll let my friends continue their perusal.
Cordu is here all the time. Just call upon me. With that, if there's no other transactions, you guys want to head out of here? Okay. You guys head out of the Free Magic Guild having accomplished a lot of the things that you wanted to. Lanray, you still have those arrows. Are you talking to anybody about those arrows that you have?
Lanray, I probably know some less savory parts of town that we could sell those arrows if you wanted to go.
Yes, let's perhaps do that as expeditiously as possible.
Excellent.
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no. It didn't slap me in the face until just now, but I'm not wearing anything in my necklace slot.
You are not. No.
So I'm eyeing that amulet of natural armor +2.
Okay. Before you guys leave, he goes, you guys have been good today, especially if you can convince that elf of yours to return back with that brain spider. I can offer this to you for 7,300 gold.
No question, 7,300. Done.
Okay. Do you have 7,300?
I have... Oh, wait, 7,300. Hold on.
Yeah, not 700.
Oh, no, I don't. No, never mind. I'm sorry, my bad. I was getting my ones place mixed up here.
Yeah. He says, if you're having trouble with gold, I have a +1 for only, for you, 1,800.
No, yeah, tell him I know where his store is, and
Excellent.
I will come looking when I have the financial means to do so. Thank you very much, sir. Good day to you.
Good day. Okay. With that, you guys are walking. Finry, you mentioned that to Lanray. Lanray, you wish to take him up on the offer? Finry, you lead the group back towards the gnomish quarters where you are headed anyways, since that's where the inn is, the Friendly Inn. And as you're walking, you reach the front of the Friendly Inn. And Finry, at the same moment as Lanray, you know that you are also, headed here for the inn. He goes, this is the place. Finry, you know this is the place where you know someone inside who deals with these kinds of things. Are you telling Lanray how they deal with this or their background?
I don't know what you mean by that. I will tell him there's some unsavory people here that you could probably sell the thing to.
Okay. I just re-messaged you with the whisper in case there's any other details of that you're telling him. Okay. The rest of you're back at the inn also, so...
I did not read the first sentence, so thank you.
Yeah. So,
I wouldn't, if it was going to get complicated, I wouldn't have volunteered to take it to a seller that would be mad at me.
Okay, noted. Okay. You kind of mentioned that there might be people in the unsavory realm in this town that might purchase it, but maybe for now you're not taking them directly to them? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep, let's do that.
Okay. You kind of look across the street from the Friendly Inn, and then you look at Lanray, and as you enter the courtyard of the Friendly Inn, it's a small-sized inn on the western side of Great Endur, what is colloquially called the Gnomish Quarter. There's a short stone wall along the front face of the inn, and there's a sign that hangs on it that says, Friendly Inn, and burned into the wood sign below it is like a symbol that appears to be a ring of boulders with like a dark vertical cavern hole going through it, and it's etched in this kind of burnt wood artistry. There are a lot of fine details, and behind that the wall and the sign, you see just flowering wisteria overhanging this very cozy, comfortable, but small garden, and a very narrow walkway between the plants and a small reflecting pool that goes to the entrance door, which appears to be comfortable enough for a child, but, for Madolfir, a little bit more tight of quarters. Are you guys heading in? You guys arranged for a room already in here.
Yeah, we go for it.
I think so. Yeah, we want to hear more about Fenry.
Okay. As you walk towards the entrance door, one of the gnomes that's kind of sitting there makes a veiled grimace of a face and just kind of walks back in through the inn doors that are behind this wooden patio that you're approaching. And then a gnomish woman, potentially like a young girl, it's unclear if she's a woman or a girl, is rocking on the chair in front on the patio and laughing as you walk up, just hysterically. And at first you're like, is this intended at you guys? But then you notice she's just staring like 1,000-yard stare into the distance and just laughing and taking swigs of some drink out of a mug. As you walk through the doors, they're rather short, so you have to kind of like duck your head, 5 feet tall maximum, everyone except for Fenry. You find a tavern space. Maybe a little bit like that. Some stuff happening here for sure. You find a space where a lot of your heads almost are touching these wooden beams that support the upstairs. And it looks almost like a child's extravagant playhouse. And you didn't really look inside when you made the accommodations with the gnome before. The room, as you walk in, just kind of suddenly comes to a halt of noise, and about a half dozen gnomish migrants halt and just look over to your group. And the band that's playing concertinas and pan flutes just comes to a stop. And you find the inn owner who arranged for your room. One Yinpak Dutwheel. The room's a little uncomfortable right now. Are you guys doing anything?
I kind of go into the front since I'm a gnome, and I'm like, I hear these folks arranged a room for the evening to the douche wheel guy.
The tavern keeper just kind of like nods, and then the band just starts kicking back up, playing music once they see that the owner is okay with this and it's known. Of course, yes, I remember. I don't remember you, but I do remember the rest of you. Yes, you can find your quarters upstairs. Feel free. We have food and drink for any. This is, after all, the friendly inn. And if you need anything special, just let me know. And he kind of gives you a wink, Fenry. Bless you. That must be all the dust from the opium.
I think we're on the opium too, because that guitar that's playing with the disembodied leg and hand is kind of off-putting.
Well, yeah, that is kind of. I didn't even notice that. AI art.
Are we? So we're in like a group area right now, or are we in our room?
Like the lower level, and your room is up kind of a very small set of stairs that goes to the bedrooms, away from the haunted guitar.
Let's just go to your room and talk. I don't know if this is the kind of place you want to hang out in the tap room.
As you guys head upstairs to the room, you do find it's small, and the beds are kind of child-sized, but it'll make do. It's comfortable enough.
Yeah.
What are you guys discussing?
So, Landry, you said you have this brain spider thing, right?
Yes.
That's a pretty cool thing. Do you want to, instead of selling that, do you want to maybe sell, and Max kind of pulls out the scarf, that was... It was somebody's.
It was
I picked it
Mayman's.
up. Yeah, it was
You guys all
Mayman's.
got it from the Planetum also. Hijacking.
Yeah. So, like, I think... I don't know. Let's compare these, right? So, like, this one's a more of an illusory thing, Max kind of says.
Right.
And you're kind of a ranged person, right? So the brain spider is more useful for you because of range, right? Like you could do it from long distance. This one's you gotta be pretty close up to use this, but it's area effect, right? Like you basically put out wherever you are, you kind of put out a burst of this illusory magic around you.
Right, yeah.
And I don't know, like they're both pretty hefty magical items from what I think. From what I've read in the books of the Planetum and stuff. So
yep.
Like the scarf might be better to like if you somehow end up being surrounded or something, right? Then like activating it might give you the chance to get out of there.
I will since it's in your inventory, Max, so they can't really read it. Let me give you the text of that scarf so you know exactly what it is.
I'll put it in here. I'm putting it over. I put it at the top of
Back of holding.
Where did it go? I just put it there.
It's under armor and equipment. I see it. So, Landray, you can read exactly what it does under armor and equipment in the bag of holding. Scarf of scintillating pattern. If anybody wants to do sort of an appraisal check on it, feel free.
I mean, the price is in the description, so...
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you know that it's worth 51,200. I guess since you identified it, you know exactly what it's worth. 51,200 gold.
Yeah, I used up a bunch of pearls previously to identify a bunch of items I think that we found.
Yep, you did.
So I think we also have the price for the brain spider, don't we?
He does on his
yeah.
So I don't know, like the brain spider I feel like is more useful long distance, but I don't know. Like, here's 2 items. You can sell off whatever you feel like, but be careful with the range. So, like, brain spider you can use from ridiculous. It's like, okay, and I say, you know how sometimes I put out those little force missiles that just sort of sidewind and find their target.
Right.
Brain spider has like the same range as that. Like, it's really far. You can do it from hundreds of feet away.
Yeah.
Versus this, the scarf is like near range. Like you put a burst out basically close to you. Not necessarily from you, but like fairly close to you. You put out a burst.
Finner and Rodolfo, do you have any concern about selling either of them? Or are you both good with selling either one as Landray decides?
I mean, it's whatever Landray decides, but I just kind of want to ask Landray is like, how excited are you about that book? I mean, is it a really important thing to you, or are these 2 things more useful?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I need more strength, I think, and even combining that with even that in of itself would be helpful. But I mean, the scarf, I'm okay, honestly, parting with the scarf more so than the brain spider. The brain spider just seems like it would be very useful.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Well, you guys have plenty of time to decide on that.
Yeah, but there's that same opinion. Brain spider sounds like it would be very helpful in certain situations, especially ones we've been in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you the list of stuff out of session, Landry, so you can look through it if there's anything else also in there. I mean, he definitely had a bunch of things that if you got some coin could be very useful. So
Yeah.
Okay. Finri, are you explaining anything to these guys about yourself this evening?
Yeah, I mean, like, so what are your questions?
How are you here?
Well, the truth be told, I'm not exactly certain. Grandma's got a little bit of an interesting history, so she knows a lot of very unsavory people. And when it became clear that the gods were not going to help her with bringing me back, she called up some of her friends. And, I came back in not a normal fashion, so Grandma had to give up a little bit of what was her, so I have a lot of insight into how Grandma was raised, and couldn't see myself following the gods after that, so just took after Grandma.
Yeah, I mean, off the bat, you guys know that Finri never used to carry anything of metal on him, metal weapons, metal armor, and he is prominently displaying his metal weaponry right now.
I'm not a druid anymore. Actually, it wouldn't have worked out well that way. So,
Yep.
Don't really do the things I used to do. In fact, I think Grandma is running around on top of Jack right now. I couldn't really make it work with him after I came back.
Too much trauma. I understand.
Yeah, and I will also say not all of what I used to be is here now, so I don't have a lot of what made me who I was in the past.
God, I wish I had an NPC right now to really do a dick joke, but I don't.
Yeah.
That
was a perfect setup.
One. I know.
Hey Jim, you have to sit on the dick joke?
Yeah, thank you. Medolfir.
Yeah.
Internally, this is just above the table. I know that you were also looking for things for your own sort of stuff that you need to handle last session.
Yeah.
While these guys are catching up with Finri, are you sticking around to also catch up with Finri? Are you asking around town, doing anything regarding that issue?
Well, I mean, right now, yeah, it would, Medolfir, of course, astonished to see Finri back among us. Certainly looking a little bit different and not as nature driven as he was before, but that's fine. It's Finri, he's kind of relieved because a lot of inner turmoil things around how Fenry came to not be among us is still weighing heavy on him, but I think he would be more interested in kind of just catching up and celebrating the fact that Fenry's back with us tonight, and then going to find hell, it's been too long, I forget the name of the person. Trying to find Barok to start discussing where I need to go to undergo my I don't know, trial or
okay. Yeah, that makes
or
sense.
whatever you call it. Ritual.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's just to fill in a couple more gaps. So there I was reborn, you could say. So Grandma brought me back. Really unsavory kind of character. We owed favors to. So currently, both Grandma and I are trying to close out that debt. Not the kind of people you want to be in debt to. So I came here for that mission, and I had a way back. I don't currently have a way back. Can't remember a lot actually, GM, from our old.
Yeah, Finnery, you were given a item that a druid once gave you long ago, or gave Grandma long ago. That was kind of a candle, from what you remember, that allowed you to get back. But when you ran into some trouble, you essentially hawked it in order to get out of a little bit of a sticky pinch. It was a candle that opened up some sort of teleportation thing. You don't know how it works, but you know that that's all you had to do. You had to light it up and go through that teleportation.
Yeah, and I think I knew that the person that brought me back was a kind of like a former druid, now more into killing than to saving, right? And so there was kind of a tie to being a druid with the guy that brought me back.
Yeah.
So at mention of the candle, Medoffer's going to wait for Finnery to pause in his talking guy. So kind of looks around sheepishly. What did this candle look like?
You want me to describe it?
Yeah, it looked like the GM.
Upside down oak tree, lighted. Something about Obed High. Really, a lot of Finnery's like ties to Obed High have also been almost like, now that he's not a druid of Obed High, a lot of his understanding of how that stuff used to work feels also gone. Like, he's a new person. He has his memories, but not specific to the druidic stuff. But yeah, it was an upside down oak tree.
So who has the candle in her inventory?
Is that the candle of invocation, right?
Yeah.
I pull that out.
Partially used. It's been used for 30 minutes out of its total time span of 4 hours by the shaman. Finnery, it's very familiar. That's the thing that you hawked to a prostitute.
I was like, yep.
Often kind of great meat, I see.
Was it more of a hawk tui kind of situation?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not going to disclose where I sold it, but yes, I will say that is in fact the candle. How did you find it? Where were you on this candle?
I hand it back to him. I say, "Here, if you would like it back, it's all yours."
You take it back, Finnery? I can drag it over.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, guys. I mean, I think we can all use it to get out of somewhere, right?
Yeah, it straight up opens a gate. So like until it gets blown out, as many people as need can go through using the gate.
And this, where does this go?
I don't think it has any. It operates like the gate spell, so anywhere that the gate spell can take you. So here's the gate spell, which is an extremely high level. That was driving me crazy. Yeah, so you can read through there, but basically planar, like, yeah, the gate spell is powerful. This is a particularly valuable thing also. Max, you know that this is valuable now that you guys have identified it. You know, over 8,000 gold.
So
Yeah.
Just so you all know, I don't cast spells anymore. I'm not like a spellcaster. And then I'll pull out like my 2 kukris and I'll say, these are what's left of what I remember, which is like they're really fancy kukris, but they have like stylized claws at the end. And I just say, this is what's left of my being a beast, and these are my claws now. And so that's kind of the way I make my living.
Yep.
Right on. So yeah, I mean, absolutely explain to them that we picked it up out of the stomach of chimeras. So,
Yep.
whomever had them in their possession probably met an ill fate.
Okay. The evening continues as you reminisce about where you've been, discussing. Are you guys talking about what happened in Terthus with Finry?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Kind of catch up on events that happened since Shadow Week, right? If he's interested, he may not give a shit.
I go, Max, let me get this right? You lost your Hydra because somebody snatched it?
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure.
It might be the ruler of Terthus at this point. It's unclear.
Or it might have just run away. Like I didn't. It's not like I was that close to it. It might have just wandered off. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna go down into the bowels of the castle, and in a few decades, come out and destroy the place. I have no idea.
I mean, I didn't know all the troubles in Terthus were you guys' fault, but it totally fits.
Yeah, I mean, that has now spread. The fall of Terthus, or the unsure status of Terthus, communications are very strange right now. But most of the world knows that there's been some sort of mass exodus out of the city, and now it's starting to spread that some sort of crazed necromancer usurper has taken control. Evening passes. You all take rest together. Watches. Who's doing what? Finry, you have to change. You remember when you became Mayman, you actually changed your username, which you don't have to do. You can just keep your username, but after session, just change your username to Finry just to make it clear so you're not talking as Mayman. I'll help you with that. It's just in your user configuration. So, anybody doing watch? Or you guys just trying to get some rest? Modolfir, you have that fancy new bedroll?
Yeah, but I don't need extra hit points from healing, or extra healing hit points right now. So,
Sure. Yeah.
But I'll use it anyway because the beds are small, and I'm not. So
yeah, fair. Okay, it's very comfortable, by the way. As you slip into it, it's just like a warm glove that just embraces you, and you're like, good bedroll. Okay, so is nobody's taking watch? If I'm not hearing anybody taking watch.
I recommend we take watch.
Okay, Finry, the ever vigilant.
All right, Max will stay up first then.
Okay, sounds good. And is anybody doing anything in this downtime? Crafting or otherwise? Reading?
Max is gonna start having, basically like transcribing from his old spell books into the new one.
Yeah, sure. Costs nothing now, so. All right, nice. That's a big. If you guys don't understand the mechanics of a wizard, like he's basically taken away one of the major constraints of a wizard, which is gold, to a larger extent, not completely, but he no longer has to pay transcribing. Yeah. Finry.
Still takes time, but yeah.
As you, Finry, keep watch with Max early on, out the window of your bedroom, you see the garden down below. You definitely recognize some unsavory transactions happening out there. There's a particular person at this inn that you know of, that you've dealt with, who kind of hangs out by the garden. His name is Savfk, also a gnome. He's generally a man who knows how to get things to where they need to go, or to find people that need to be found. He did not see you when you came in. I did some GM rolls back a little bit ago. He was preoccupied, but you do see him out the window now. Let's take for that what you wish. The evening passes. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this a dude that is out to get me?
No. He is part of the Thieves Guild here in town, but he's also, he's part of the Woven Cast, but he knows that he has to keep relations with people who bring him different kinds of information. So you don't think he would really betray you if he saw you here. And also the things that you're like kind of on the lookout from the Woven Cask aren't that big of a deal. It's mostly monetary stuff, which, you have cash now. So with that, you know of this person who's a finder of things. The morning does eventually come. You guys switch in the middle of the night your watches, since you said you wanted to do watches, but eventually the morning comes and everyone is back awake to the smell of strange Kragan food. A lot of mushrooms. Guys, what are you guys doing today?
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
We were traveling like mountainous regions recently, right?
You were, yes.
Team, party members, do you guys care if Max kind of chucked parts of Ivandir's slimy remains like off of high cliffs as we were moving?
Middle for Potter's weather, it'd be better to just burn the body, but yeah, let's get rid of that. That's gross.
Okay. I'm just imagining the David Letterman rooftop bit that he used to do. He just drop stuff from high.
Okay.
All right. I'll remove that from the bag of holding then.
Excellent. You might want to add some like Airwick scent things in there too.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. You guys do your normal preps, I take it. There's no rush this morning, but by 7 a.m., 7:30, you guys are generally awake and at it.
So what are we doing, guys?
What is it that you guys do?
So yeah, explain that that I'm coming here to find a person who will guide me to a location that I need to go to perform a test, an attempt to overcome my almost uncontrollable inner turmoils and urges at this point.
Findry, you remember when Medolfir almost killed Flickerwisp? You don't know that Medolfir did kill Mayman. He did not kill you. That was Tightjaw.
Yeah,
no, but I did grievously wound him once.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I checked his oil. The other one was like, I think Landray.
Yeah,
was the one. But I'm like, hey, look, I'm pretty good at finding information. If you want me to go find this guy for you, just have breakfast and I'll be back.
You guys good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. His name is Barog.
Yep.
Findry, give me a yep. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, with that check, that's a very good check. Most people you start to speak to are just like, Barog, a journeyman. Why would anyone want to venture out into the wildlands? That's how you die. However, you do know that if anyone knows where Barog is, it's probably that gnome from the Woven Cask, Savfk. Do you approach specifically Savfk?
I will go talk to Hufflepuff.
Okay. You find him in the garden smoking his traditional pipe of whatever it is. Doesn't smell like your normal tobacco. And as you approach, Savfk with his really saggy eyes and really hunched over demeanor. Findry. You know, the Woven Cask is looking for you for those monetary returns that you had promised. Hope you have it on you.
How much do I owe them, by the way?
You owe them 300 gold.
I'm like, I've got it on me, man. I'm here to pay him back. I'm also here to ask about, to see if you know a person I was looking for.
Yeah, I know many people. Who are you looking for?
A guy named Barag. He's a journeyman.
As you
I'm gonna
say
remove
this...
30 platinum pieces, by the way, so.
Okay, yeah. He's like, I can find this over to the right people. So go ahead and remove those 30. And, okay. As you say this, yeah, his eyes clearly widen as you mention the name Barag. And he goes, no, I don't think I know anyone with that name. If you'd like, you can do a sense
Hold on a second.
You can tell he's lying. He is not good at lying, and that was, yeah. He is definitely lying to you. Do you wish to press him?
Yeah, I'm like, Savfk, I know you're lying. What do you know about Barag?
He rolls his eyes. What do you even need from the Moon Shepherd? What?
It's not what I need. I've got a friend that's looking for him.
I guess. Throw me another few platinum here. I could use some more of this pipe.
Platinum? Among friends, Savfk?
5 gold.
I give him 5 gold.
Well, I have never met the Moon Shepherd before, but I've heard, there's rumors, on nights when the moon is its brightest, he wanders the outskirts of the city, and rumors say that he tries to steal the children of some of the folk around here. I don't know about that. And he kind of sticks his hand out a little bit more, like he's expecting more coin.
I raised my eyebrows.
He said, amongst friends.
I mean, I already gave you 5 gold, man.
Yeah, but I saw that you have more than that. Did you grab the 5 gold out of his hand?
No, I pickpocket him.
Okay. Hold on. He does not notice.
Nice.
You are able to retrieve the 5 gold that you just handed him, as well as 12 platinum.
I will give him. I will move that money into my pocket, like a different pocket, and then I'll say I'll give him a separate platinum. And I'm like, this is all you're gonna get from me, man. I had to basically get all my life savings to get that 30 gold.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Well, for one, I don't believe the rumors, but a friend swears that he saw him by those strange stones everyone talks about out by the forest. The ones close to the quarry. I think they call them the humming stones. He says that he saw some kind of a ritual where the stone was glowing and some sort of monstrous horror was defeated. I don't know. You know, Abadus, he's kind of an idiot, so I think he saw something, but I don't know what he really saw. Either way.
Abadus saw the Moon Shepherd by the humming stones?
Yes. Just be wary of the shepherd. I know you like getting into trouble, but there's a reason he has a warrant on his head. If you do befriend him, I guess just be careful who knows that as well. I need some more of this. And he kind of points at his pipe and heads back inside. I'll let the weaver know that you're all paid up.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. And I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Friends got to stick together. And he walks in. So, nice little bit of sleight of hand there. Yeah, the Humming Stones is where he evidently gathers on nights when the moon is its brightest, he says. So full moons.
So I'll kind of like walk in with him, and I'll go to the whatchamacallit, Medolfir, wherever they're hanging out, and I'll tell Medolfir what's going on.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Fenry. So it looks like we need to go seek this man out at the height of the full moon in the evening.
Yeah, and you guys know that you are 2 days, actually at this point, 1 day before the full moon, because a day has passed. So the full moon is tomorrow night.
You want to go talk to Abaddis?
Yes, I'd like to get as much information as I can.
Okay.
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about time and how many days it's been, etc., how many days has it been since we left Terthus?
So, since you left Terthus, it has been 4 days plus another 4.
So it's been a week?
It's been over a week. Almost, it's been 10 days, I believe. Now,
okay,
this morning.
So I think my Ring of Sustenance comes into full play then.
Okay.
There's like I picked it up out of the group loot when we left.
Yeah,
Terthus.
that was Mayman's. Yep.
Yeah, and it has a thing that says like after a week of it being worn, it starts to do some extra stuff.
Yeah. You would not have needed as much of anything the last night. Just 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
all that stuff. Pickpocketing the fallen members. Okay. You guys head out of the inn together, I take it?
Yeah, I mean, unless there's something else.
Okay. You walk through the streets. Finry, you've met Abaddis before. He kind of hangs out over by the craftsman guild, over sort of by the market. Known to pick a few pockets himself. Very dim-witted. You've only known these people for like a week or so at this point, but you've already caught on that he's kind of just the brute dummy who does whatever the woven cask needs. You find him over there. You spot him pretty quickly.
I go over and I say, "Hey, Abaddis."
Hey, dude, I'm on the clock right now. Keep my name out your mouth.
Oh, I was like, what should I call you?
When I'm working, just call me Harold.
All right, Harold. How have you been?
Been pretty good. It's been pretty lucrative. Good times. Evidently, some bigwigs are in town spending a lot of cash. Been trying to find their pockets, but to no avail.
Oh man, if you find them, let me know.
Yeah, sounds good. What do you need?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Have you heard about the
He's got his like coat open, by the way, like he's trying to like sell you the various illegal goods that he's carrying on him. About what?
The Moon Shepherd. I heard you had an encounter with him not that long ago.
So, some people might say it was the particular pipe that I was smoking that night, but I saw what I saw. It's over back by the quarry. I don't even remember how I got over to the quarry. And he kind of points in the direction of the quarry. And Medolfir, you generally know where it is. It's number 26 on the map of the city, off in the upper left corner of the city. I was wandering through the forest, trying to find a place to, quietly smoke my pipe. I like looking at the stars, but it was a full moon, so that wasn't... Anyways, I saw what I saw. It was some sort of weird demon ceremony. There was a furry-looking monster, and then like a bright light. I think maybe Yevini saved me, because as soon as I was paying attention, the light saved me and everything disappeared. And then I kind of passed out a little bit, and I woke up the next morning perfectly safe. It was kind of cool. But yeah, it was over by those humming stones, the ones that make your stomach kind of feel swirly.
Oh man, that sounds terrible. I'm glad you made it out of there, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Hey, you want to buy some drugs?
What kind of drugs you got, Harold?
Yeah, he opens it up and he's just like, yeah, I got so many drugs. I got some, some dust of illusion. You know what I mean? I got some skooma, copyright pending. No, copyright very much in place for skooma, actually. Yeah, I mean, I got the sticky tobacco. Do you like the sticky tobacco?
Ooh, what's the going rate for sticky tobacco?
That is going for you. That is 1 gold, but like you can use that 4 times.
And what does Dust of Illusion do? Do I know what these things are?
Yeah, I mean, Dust of Illusion is just a nickname that I give this stuff. Basically, you're gonna see, like, it's really cool. I do it all the time. You're gonna love it. Here, how about I just give you some for free this time, and then when you see how cool it is, you're gonna come back. And he just hands you like some Dust of Illusion.
All right, good going. I'm gonna get some of the sticky tobacco as well. Let me do that.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just whenever, if you have it written up, just drop it into the haversack.
Yeah, can do.
Can we say Max has had time to look at those vials of the water naga venom?
Sure.
The huge water naga venom.
Yep.
Do I have like an estimate of how much they're probably worth? Could I do identify? It's not magical, but I don't know.
Hold on 1 second. Let me check the old database.
You want me to praise it, or can I do an alchemy check? What are we talking?
I don't know.
This, since it's a venom, would really either be like craft poison, which none of you do, or just a flat out appraisal.
Identify wouldn't work.
Alchemy wouldn't work for this now.
Is craft poison different than craft alchemy?
Yeah, there's actually like a straight up craft poison, yeah.
Yeah, they're different. Does identify do anything?
No, it's not magical. But yeah, an appraisal check could give you a general count on it. And with all things poison, you have to find the right person because it's a controlled substance. Anyone want to try?
I'm gonna roll an appraise.
Okay. Yeah, never know what might happen.
I really don't want to be an alchemist. I want to make poison. I thought the way to do that was to craft alchemy. Can I change to craft?
Yeah, you could change that. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that, but it's early enough that you got that. Okay, Max, with that appraisal check, you believe the naga poison to not be nearly, obviously, the most expensive kind is wyvern, but you do think that per use, that you could probably in the right market get about 100 gold per for water naga poison.
Hey,
for a vial?
Yeah, 100 gold per vial.
Can I give you back this alchemy kit? Because I don't think I'll need it.
Just put it back in the bag of holding. Yeah, that's fine.
I will take that water naga stuff off you if you want to get rid of it.
Okay. It's in the bag of holding, and it has the correct value assigned to it. I don't know what the effects. Well, yeah, I don't know what the effects of it are.
Yeah,
right?
I could have.
Imagine it's the same as what the monsters version says, but I don't know.
Yeah. And we can work that out of session. I can send you that, Finry.
Yeah. So just pull it out of the bag of holding, I think.
Okay. All right. Lanray, you notice that from a distance, Finry is talking to kind of an unsavory character. You still have those arrows.
I was like, I will wave Lanray over if he wants to sell the arrows.
Okay. Are the rest of you just kind of like narking it up around this, around the Craftsman Guild, just kind of like not trying to look over, or are you as a group together?
I'm just kind of like waiting to talk to them about what I need to talk to them about.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we already got that info. Never mind. I'm good.
Yeah. Henry kind of got that for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Landry, as you are waved over and you approach, this abbess is kind of like, we cool, man? We cool?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, abbess, man, I got a friend here. This is my friend Larry, and he's got some things he's kind of trying to sell. I was hoping you could take them off his hands, because I think you'd be interested in it.
Yeah, cool, Larry. Hey, you want drugs?
No. I already squared that away, man. Larry, show me the arrows that you got. You want to sell them?
Yeah. And so I just pull out one of the arrows and I show it to him.
Just need to roll something real quick.
And I just say, "Hey, man, don't touch the tip."
Yeah. He's like about to touch it, and he's like, "No touching." Okay. He just kind of like pulls back into the alleyway. He's like, "Are these, poison?"
And I look at him and I just say, "Wyvern."
Oh. Yeah, I think I know somebody who might buy that. He's not a gnome like us. And he looks over at you, Finry. I need to roll for a random name. Hold on, please. I'm using my new little roller. Yeah. Are you aware of Haralor Kikindi? He's in the woven cask also. He deals with poisons. He can get you a pretty good price if that is indeed a good poison. If you need to see him, he is over by the Tinkerist. It's a shop over in the Gnomes Quarter. If you need to get a hold of him. But keep those hidden a little bit. You don't want any of the guards to see that.
I just nod. I say, "Appreciate it."
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah. If you need drugs, I got drugs.
Cool.
Thanks, Harold. All right, let's roll, I guess.
Okay. Where are you guys rolling to? There's nothing you can do about this Barrack thing. The only intel you have is that maybe tomorrow night over by the Humming Stones, you guys can go look at the Humming Stones if you want in advance or do other stuff. What do you want to do?
While we're walking, can Max sort of under his breath take out the sending stone and just say, breaker, good buddy?
Max, is that you?
Darius here. Darius?
Can you hear me?
Is the chicken coop clear?
Yes, we've gathered with some of our compatriots. We are currently in the Cragwild. We're trying to just understand what's happened in Terthus since we left. They seem to know that it has fallen. It is unknown who actually controls Terthus at the moment. But they did say that most of the city got out alive.
Civilians?
Yes. Most of the civilians seem to have been of no interest to the necromancers. But some of the guards that were protecting the ships were not as lucky. And it's unclear if the Emperor and his family are safe. I can try to find out about your family if you wish, Max.
If you see them...
Well, I won't be seeing them, but we have networks around where the ships are heading. I will try to reach out and see if anyone from the Xanthi family has been found. Stay safe. Good luck on Modolfir's journey.
All right. Stay safe yourself. I'll put it away.
All right. Yeah, Max's rock bros. Okay. Yeah, you guys have the entire day ahead of you. If there's anything else you're trying to do in the city, if you want to go farm some XP by killing some random things in the woods, whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, let's go kill stuff in the woods.
Totally normal behavior, just killing stuff in the woods.
Well, I look at Finry and I'm like, do we just want to go see if... Would you mind helping me just offloading these arrows? I don't know how possible that is today, but...
Oh yeah, we can probably do that on the way out. I don't know if you want to RP that or just give them the money, but...
I think...
We could quick play that. Yeah, essentially, you walk into... Who's walking into the Tinker Hut? Is it everybody?
I'm going to go. I think it would just be me and Landray, unless other people want to come.
Nah, Modolfir's good.
Okay. You guys kind of go do your own thing, shopping and understanding the rest of the city. With that roll, Landray, you find a place that has a back room. Finry kind of walks through that back room, and you find underneath these stairs kind of a basement area where there's clearly more illegal things. You find a couple of explosive devices, some smoke powder, definitely some vials that look kind of like they could be poison. And you present all 13 of the arrows. How many of the arrows are you presenting? Since you do have an efficient
10.
cover.
I'm going to say 10.
10 and only 10 come out. The other 3 completely hidden within this efficient quiver. And Haralor Kikini kind of looks at it and he goes, interesting find. Killed a couple of wyverns, I see. Good to know that there might be someone else who can craft poisons around here. For these 10, I can offer you 14,000 gold. Finry, you know that to be less than what the going rate should be for this.
I mean, it's less than half, right?
Yeah, less than half.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, man, you're gonna have to do better than that, man. You know, don't be ripping off my friend.
Well, I appreciate that, but there's not many places you can really sell these, so when I buy them, I intend to use them. And, 1,400 a pop's about as much as I'm willing to give up. Take it or leave it. Unless you can do something for me.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Oh, well, if we're talking exchange for blood, there's a particular person who's been giving me trouble. He's gotten a little loose with what he does. You can find him in the city. I'd like for them to no longer give me trouble. If you're willing to do that, then, maybe we can talk 20,000 gold total for both the arrows and getting that done. Otherwise, it's 14,000 gold.
All right, I'm going to sense motive on Landry.
Sure. Go for it. Landry, are you trying to bluff your emotions right now? If so, please give me a bluff check.
I want to see how like upset about the whole thing Landry is of the thought of killing someone.
Yeah. GM's gonna roll too. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't even have bluff.
Okay, so are you just like not even trying to hide? You're not doing a poker face at this point.
I mean, I think I would.
Okay. How do you feel about this in general? If roll it, if either way, even if you don't have a rank, you can go ahead and roll it. But tell me, like, how do you feel about this depending on the roll?
Right.
Because you don't have to have ranks and bluff. So, yeah, I mean, you're not hiding it very well. So how do you feel about it?
Generally, Lanray is fairly uncomfortable with just being straight up assassin for hire. He doesn't like the offer and is not really into that idea.
Yeah, and not just you, Finry, but Haralor also kind of picks up and goes, he's not a good person, this person that I need you to deal with, in case that's something that worries you.
What? Lanray, do you wanna sell your arrows here? Or?
What I look to Finry and I say this very much out loud, knowing that the guy will hear us, is that I would prefer to just use them at this point myself, if that's the cost of doing business, which is completely reasonable.
Yeah, totally understandable. They're very powerful. I'm not denying the value of wyvern poison.
Hey, Lanray, I'm gonna probably pick up some poison for myself, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay.
I kind of like shoo you out the door and are you leaving or are you staying?
Yeah, I'll leave.
As you go for the door, he says, "I'll offer you 15,000, but that's honestly the most I'm going to give."
Who is this guy?
This is still Haralor Kikini.
No. Who is the guy you want me to kill?
Okay.
We don't have to do that in session, but
yeah. I can send you. It's going to be mostly whisper, anyways.
Yeah, I would probably buy some kind of poison for my knives. If he has any, I probably would know what the Naga poison does, but
yeah, he's got all the main ones that are SRD for sure. Which here, link that. Yeah, any of the ones on that list he has. He also has some others that we can talk through. And again, out of session, I don't think you're going to be using that right now.
Got it. I'll probably buy some poison and then I'll go head out with the team.
Okay. And Lanray, you're rejecting the 15,000 gold for the 10?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. You return back to the group outside of this place. Finry, a little bit later, after having discussed the details, potentially, you don't know. It's all whisper. Okay, yeah. Guys are back out. Still late morning. Anything else you guys are doing? Relaxing by the inn until tomorrow night?
I kind of want to walk over to that area during the day just to kind of get the lay of how everything is strewn around.
Sounds good. Okay. Is everybody else also good with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Just a question. The scarf is it being sold or no?
Yeah, good question. You guys getting rid of that? We can do that real quick, if so.
If you don't want to sell it, Max will, grab it. But it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm done. I would be interested in selling it if Max is cool with that. And
yeah, totally cool.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would go with you since it's sort of magic stuff to try to make sure you get a good price for it. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. That's in whose inventory right now? Max?
It's in the bag of holding in the armor and equipment section at the top. Scarf of scintillating pattern.
Yep. You are offered from Cordu again. He's like, man, you guys just keep bringing me great things. He offers you 29,000 gold for that. 29,000 GP. You want that, Lanray?
This guy is stuck at 56% with us. I love it.
if you want to get up higher, you're gonna have to be big spenders.
I think I've already proven that I cannot diplomance.
Yeah. And Finner, you didn't do much improving.
No, not this time I didn't. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. So, what
All
say
right.
you?
I will increase my diplomancy since it seems to be useful.
Indeed.
Are you charisma based at all?
Absolutely not. But
okay.
I do have a couple of ranks in diplomacy.
If you guys kill Max, I have an idea for someone who would be more charisma based. Medolfir. Hint, Medolfir.
Hey, kill Max, we just bought him that damn book.
Yeah. Gotta make up for it. So, yeah. Are you guys selling that for that amount?
GM, how much was the book again?
The book.
The exercise.
The manual
the book.
of.
Yeah.
It was 27, I think. Yeah, 27,500.
He offered it for 25,000 total.
Oh, nice.
Right.
So this item by itself would cover, plus some.
Yeah. How about let's do this. I'll do that trade with him for the book, and then I'll give the extra gold back to Max.
Okay. Let's see. So that's going to be, what's the extra amount on top of that? So 25. So you get 4,000 gold. Max, you get 4,000 gold.
What?
Let me go ahead and
That's
remove that. I'm deleting it. And then Lanray, I am adding that book. And you wanted which one? The quickness of exercise, or quickness of action, or gainful exercise? Or bodily health?
Gainful exercise.
Okay, the one for strength. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll talk you through what that means. It's not immediate, but there's...
I gotta find time to read it, right?
Yep. And unlike Medolfir, you can read. Cordu kind of just goes like, as
Why
always,
we gotta talk people out?
as always, it is amazing to work with you all. Okay. You regroup together, I take it. What else this day? You guys have done some good shopping and selling. Anything else? Back to the inn?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys return back to the inn after an eventful day. Medolfir, you had something you want to say?
No, I was just saying yes. Well, not necessarily back to the inn if we've got time.
Oh, yes,
go.
you wanted to go scope out the meadow. Yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. I need to load one quick thing to do that. Just need to save one thing. Okay. And let's go ahead and load that up. Which one are you? That one. Okay. All right. Thank you for bearing with me. Yeah, you guys head over to the forest zone beyond the quarry, and you hear the quarry operations because it's in the middle of the day. There's clearly people cutting stone there, but you make your way on the north side of the town, over to sort of, let's call it this region here. Not very far outside the town, but definitely back behind the quarry. You see it now. Oh, let me... Okay. So, upper left part of the city is where you guys head to. You wander through the forest kind of looking for these stones. You generally know their direction and location. It takes you about an hour to actually find it, but eventually you come to a small clearing under the needles of some tall cedar trees that line the edge of the northwest side of the quarry. And in that deeper forest to the northwest, you see this clearing that is filled with wildflowers. In fact, let me just go ahead and show it to you. There it is. It's not at night right now, but yeah, you see this clearing with these 3 strange black stones. And the wildflowers in this particular clearing around these stones just is like vibrant colors between the thick grasses. And you see these black monoliths, 3 to be precise, forming kind of a triangle at the exact center of this very circular shaped clearing. The stones are speckled with like little white veins, and it's a very familiar sight to those of you who found similar things in your travels previously. Flickerwisp specifically had found them previously, but you all observed what he did with them.
Interesting.
You know that they have, in the past, stones that look like this have had some sort of arcane capabilities. Why, you don't know. Some sort of weird stone system.
And just to be clear, you want the Moon Shepherd because you have to talk to him and like get a quest from him, or are you trying to kill him?
No, to guide me to a place that I need to go to. There's something that I need to do there, right? That will. It's kind of it's an inherent ritual for the Wolfenbeer to find out if they are strong enough to be or capable enough to overcome the draw to fall into their feral state or succumb to it.
Yeah, Barug is like a journeyman, right? He shows people the path to get there based on what Thorok the shaman said. What that actual thing is, nobody who's passed the trial, which evidently includes Medolfir's uncle, or any of these shaman that you've talked to, have told you what it actually is. Why they can't tell you, unclear, but nobody has. There is, as you're standing there, a humming happening, Lanray. You feel a humming in your ears. But it's weird, it's not actually in your ears. The humming, it's almost like guttural. You're not hearing it, you're just kind of feeling it as you guys approach this clearing. Yeah, some sort of weird effect. Max? Anyone else?
Can I do a skill check?
Yes.
Would it be spellcraft or knowledge arcana?
This would be spellcraft, if you want to understand.
That's a not 20.
Yeah. Okay. This would have required more than a 30. Medolfir, what's the survival check for?
Any
Okay,
tracks or like recent activity around here?
Yeah, for sure. Max, you are understanding a strange effect with these. And now you understand, like, what Flickerwisp was doing before was introducing some sort of magic into these kinds of rocks, and then the rocks themselves cast some form of magic. Whatever these rocks are, they're giving up such high-level arcane power that you are feeling it in your, like, whatever composes the body, you are feeling it in that. You don't even have to do a detect magic in this. You feel just inherently with that check that there is some sort of transmutation magic here that is strong. A strong aura being given off of transmutation.
There's a very strong transmutation aura here.
And you know from past, if that aura was existing on the stones, if you cast a spell that does that in the presence of the stones, it would activate the stones. That's what Flickerwisp showed you previously.
So it'd have to be the same spell.
It would have to be from the School of Transmutation. Is what he
Okay.
discovered.
Okay. So I explain that.
Okay. And we're going to be wrapping up in a few minutes, but...
Yeah. I'm the only spellcaster at this point, right? No. Landry can technically do it, right?
Landry's a half-caster. Landry, you got any transmutation spells?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
So this is like the place where Medolfir is supposed to be cured?
This is where it was noted by the gnome sort of Underdark people that Barog is supposedly been seen. They call him the Moon Shepherd, and they kind of describe this weird ritual involving a monstrous figure happening here, and also that the Barog is thought to be trying to steal folk from the city, and he's got a warrant out for him. Landry, I did send you a whisper there, just to help.
And no, it's not necessarily here. It's just he's going to point the way to where I need to go.
Yeah. Yep. So, do with the information whatever you want. Either Landry or Max. None of the rest of you can cast magic, I don't believe. Oh, actually, you know what? You do have those cantrips.
I was about to say, Medolfir can cast magic. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if any of them.
You should check.
No
comment.
Let's see. Ooh,
It's very difficult in Foundry to find what schools all your spells are. It's kind of.
Oh, really? I find them when
You
I
have to
click on it.
Yeah, you have to expand each one.
Yes, yeah. That
It's-
could be a cool macro that I could write. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways, I will tell you guys that everybody who can cast magic technically does have something that could potentially do it.
What's the class of magic needed?
Transmutation.
Okay.
Is this is this just we're trying to unlock something, or is this if you're here and you do a spell, it'll be more powerful? I don't understand.
You could try and find out. From what you understood previously with Flicker Wisp, it actually cast a spell, but a different spell last time you saw it.
Remember, this is the one where if you cast the spell from that magic class into the rock would open a gate. And so
That's what happened the last time.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm gonna cast a first level Expeditious Retreat, which is transmutation.
Okay.
Into the stone, I guess.
Anybody else doing that also?
I mean, I could also cast Entangle into it at the same time.
Medolfir is going to point out that one time Flicker Wisp did this, its reaction was not planned, and Flicker Wisp was whisked away to somewhere for a while. So we may want to wait.
Okay,
Max,
I'm just
you do
discussing
notice
it.
that there's
I'm
a
discussing it,
range.
that's all.
There's a range in this meadow of 60 feet. That's very strange. That's perfectly circular around these stones.
Everything in this area got teleported out.
Maybe it's 60 feet circle though.
Yeah, let's all either be in the hokey and do the hokey pokey or be out.
When Flicker was doing it, did the level of his spell matter?
No, not from what you saw. He clicked his boots and it helped him teleport in that particular case.
Okay, so it didn't it's not you have to meet a certain threshold.
No, not from anything that you've seen before. So, who wishes to try it out?
In that case, instead of doing Expeditious Retreat, can I do... So I'm talking this out. Featherfall allows me to target more than one does it? So, okay. I don't think the targeting of my spell matters, right?
Try it out. We'll see. You don't know from your spellcraft check.
No, but from Flicker Wisp I'm talking about.
From what you saw, he was
knowing.
actually touching it, but that's because the spell he cast was a touch spell. Maybe if you did a range spell at them, it would work. So, who's doing it?
We should all be holding hands. And,
Within the circle or outside the circle?
See, that's what I'm saying. We either do
Inside.
the Hokey Pokey or we don't.
Yeah, everybody needs to be inside.
Inside.
Everybody needs to be. Huh?
The Dolph doesn't want to take part in this right now because he wants to look a bear on before we get whisked away anywhere unknowingly and against our will.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But Barog is the Moon Shepherd, right?
That is the context of what you discussed with that person, yeah, Finry.
And Barog is the one that kidnaps little people.
That's the rumor, but he said that he didn't really know if he believed it or not.
I mean, if you're hanging out with kidnappers now, Adolphir, that's cool. I mean, I'm down. Like, don't get me wrong.
So,
You guys want to
Yeah,
press
yeah, but
on or
also-
maybe wait?
yeah, but Dolph wants to wait. He's here for a reason.
if
This
the
is the whole
aura,
It's the whole driving factor for why we're actually here right now. Is the Dolpher wanted to come here to cure himself.
That's fair.
so if the aura is transmutation,
Yeah.
then it's not going to teleport us. I don't think. Like teleportation is not.
It did before.
It did before, yeah. Now, Max, you know that the specific magic set that he did to that one was giving off a different aura, and it was the aura that's
Yeah.
involved with conjuration, which would
Yeah,
be
so that's what I'm saying. Like teleportation effects are conjuration. Transmutation is different.
They could do something completely different.
Yeah.
So
Do you want to go talk to Barog first? So do you think he'll be here tomorrow?
Supposed to be
no,
tonight.
Max.
It would be tomorrow night. That's when the full moon would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we should come back.
Let's leave it at that then. So you guys kind of observe this strange humming, see that these are similar stones from what you've experienced before, and wait and maybe watch and see. Are you guys camping out here, or are you going back to the inn and coming back tomorrow to sort of stake it out?
We're going to sleep at the end. We're not to stay here, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. So at a certain point during the day, as you all have gone to the Humming Stones, you recall back the conversation you had with Herlor Kikini, the poison maker of Graydon Dur, who essentially gave you this offer of giving you beneficial deals in buying poisons, selling poisons, as well as some extra gold if you were to take out someone who he says he needs taken out, killed, by the name of Yorka Mariancourt. That is a half-orc that he says he wants you to kill, and tells you that essentially you'll know him by the rather large kind of wooden relic of Yivani that he wears all the time. He doesn't leave any place without it. The last place that he's heard that Yorka was seen, because this particular half-orc has no permanent residence, he was staying with some of the berry pickers over by the Harvest Guild, which is a guild within this city. But that was a while ago. He essentially tells you if you can find him and kill him, he'll be in your favor. And other than that, he doesn't really have any other information for you. So, with that, you are able to split from the group at a certain point, since you all say that you're going to return back the next day for the Humming Stones. So how would you like to do this? It's the middle of the day.
Just a quick question. So when you say berry picker, that's like literally their job. It's not like some term like tree hugger or like derogatory term, right?
It could be slightly derogatory. I mean, they're harvesters, so part of their job would be picking there's a lot of berries in these hills. They probably do other kinds of harvesting work. I mean, it's kind of any kind of agricultural / hunting that's done out of that guild.
That's fine. I was just curious if I was like going to walk into a commune or like a farmhouse. Like there's
Sure.
a difference in things. But so do I have a general understanding of where I've been in this town for a while? So I know generally where the harvesters are, right?
Yes, you do know where the Harvest Guild is. It's number 20 on the map, which is right here. look, I've got new buttons with the new version of Foundry.
Wow, very fancy. It's blinky blinky.
It's very blinky. So, and you guys are, essentially back behind the quarry, somewhere in this kind of region back here.
Wow, I got some like 3D dice, so nice.
Yeah, I added that since last session just because I missed the tactility of dice rolling.
Oh man, I can download themes. Okay, I'm gonna play with this after.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool dice actually, so definitely do. It's one of the most supported mods for Foundry, so there's definitely a ton in there. All right, so how do you want to go about this other than, you know where that general region is over by number 20?
20, okay, so I have mainly the way I kind of, this is the way I built this guy, so I want to use my gather information to kind of see if I can get some information about this guy, kind of case him out, kind of discreetly talk around because I have a general idea of where he is, and I want to make sure I know where he's at and kind of get some additional information about him. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. So the first thing I'm going to need you to do is tell me where you would be going to gather that information, and that's going to alter kind of the DC of and the quality of the information.
If I have a good understanding that he's around 20, I would have started kind of around 20. I would go to the areas that I have been told he's at.
Okay. You split off from the group who returns back towards the inn or does some other things at a certain point. That's a nice roll. 17 for a total 29. Okay. Are you mentioning his name as like I'm looking for this person as you're over there, or are you?
No, I mean, I would be circumspect. The way I would like to play Finn is he's fairly devious about stuff like this. Mm-hmm. So I don't think I would mention his name, but I would, talk about certain things like losing to, I think he's an orc, maybe. I don't want to mention his name, but I want to find out about the berry pickers and kind of discreetly get to him at some point. If I start out and be like, hey, do you know who this dude is? I feel like I'm going to be cased by Yorka by himself. So
I'll say with that role, you kind of, the general look of Yorka based on Haralor's description. He's kind of got like ruffled hair. He doesn't have a permanent residence, so he's kind of a little bit, always a little bit dirty looking, like he's been just sleeping in some mud. He, essentially what you kind of get at is, you are able to discreetly talk about this half-orc that you met who had talked about the harvesters. You don't remember his name, but he mentioned that he doesn't actually live at the harvesters, but you're, to come and see him there. With that 29, yeah.
I also, I'm sure he would have given me some information, whoever the guy that gave me the victim. He would have told me something about him, like, he's a drug dealer or he's a thug or something. I would have had some context about him, right?
You hear that he is trying to essentially offload a lot of poison, and that was the reason why Haralor is wanting to kill him. Essentially, Haralor is partially suspicious that this poison was stolen from a caravan that he had coming to the city, and secondarily just doesn't want somebody else selling poison in this city.
Oh, perfect. Did he, Harold, tell me the type of poison he lost?
He lost, yes, he did. It was... Hold 1 second.
Because that would be my in. I would just be like, hey, I'm looking to buy. I would try to discreetly ask for poison. I don't know if you can ask your average guy on the street, but if I see folks that were part of the guild as well.
Yeah, a fairly rare poison, a very dangerous poison known as ungle dust is what was stolen. It is a poison that that would have to be inhaled. It's not the typical kind that you put on a weapon. It's more like the kind you release in a room and run the hell away from.
Yeah, I would just, probably don't want to go around asking for that specifically, but in case he has some other poisons, he would have some other stuff that he wants to offload or.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with that 29 roll, essentially, you do hear one person actually mentions the name. Are you talking about Yorka? Yeah, I've seen him a lot more recently. He's been trying to sell some goods. Sounds like he's trying to get out of town pretty quickly. I thought I saw him over in the back alleys behind the Harvest Guild. You may want to go ask around there. This is just a person that you meet sort of out over by the site as you start approaching, where you ask about this. You know the site to be kind of a group that's outside of the law. They kind of go out and kill monsters for monetary gain. So, you were able to figure out to approach them with that 29.
So he's hanging out with the folks that are killing monsters?
He was spotted by those folks. He was trying to essentially sell them some of this ungle dust and, unrealizing that this particular poison has to be inhaled. Essentially, one of these guys was like, I don't have any use for that, and told them to bug off.
Yeah, I'll go over there and I'll see if I find either him or someone that's willing to make a good deal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, even with that 29, like, a lot of the people that you've been talking to speak Orcish only, and you have no way, to my knowledge, of speaking Orcish. So obviously the checks are a little bit higher.
I forgot about that, but you're right.
So you're basically getting only like 25% of the people that are able to give you intel, because a lot of the city only speaks Orcish.
Totally.
Okay, you do approach closer to the back alleys. It is a chaotic mess of these different kind of, unlike the rest of the city, which is a little bit more organized, these back alleys behind the Harvest Guild are just shacks that have been put up, buildings that have been added to. There's a lot of really crooked alleyways and things, makeshift buildings.
Just for reference, I don't think I picked my languages. I'm happy to not have Orcish as a language, but I went to go look at them, and I'm like, I don't have any languages picked. So
let's see, how many would you know?
I think I started. Isn't it like I would know Gnomish, Common, and then 2 bonus languages, because I don't think I had a +3 int when I started, right?
Let's see. So yeah, you definitely speak Gnomish as well as Common. If you were a warrior in an area with a lot of goblins, you might speak Goblin. And then anything else beyond that would be based on your actual, language proficiencies and intelligence. So
I would have actually just picked the ones that Finn had before.
Okay.
So I
can tell you what he had. Hold on one second.
Like, I think Halfling would make sense, so I would keep Halfling. It's not going to be Orcish, but since we're here, I figured I'd ask. I think I had Draconic or something, but I would keep Halfling because that just is on theme, and I don't want to have Druidic, but
your languages before were Common, Druidic, and Halfling. So I'd say Druidic disappeared as soon as you stopped being a Druid, obviously. After this, unless you wanted to go ahead and decide what that was, since it hasn't been established, I do believe based on your intelligence score. Let me see. What's your intelligence again?
It was a +2 when I was level 1, so I think that's 2 extra languages.
Okay, let me just double check that. Speak language. Oh, that's the actual skill. No, not that. I want just languages. Yeah. Where is that SRD rule? Is it one every +1 modifier is 1 additional language, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think that's the way I remember it, and that's why I was like a +2 int at level 1, so that would have been 2 additional languages. And then one of those I would have picked as Halfling, even though I don't think think that's like a normal thing for gnomes to get, but just because it's on theme.
The number of languages your character knows at the start of the game, so that would be your baseline intelligence, is tied to your modifier. So you had a +2, so you have 2 additional beyond your racial ones, halfling being 1, so you have 1 additional language if you wish to pick it now. Feel free.
Yeah,
It could be Orcish. I wouldn't hold it against you. I mean, especially since you know Grandma was sort of setting you up for this mission to Great Endur.
I mean, the question would be, and I don't know this because I don't know the lore of what would be the most common language for the people on the continent that I was resurrected in? Would it be Orcish or?
No, because you were coming from Revhall Shear, which is kind of a half-elven shared area with humans. Your halfling tribe is kind of outside the city, but that's the closest city, so probably Elven.
Okay, let me do this then, because I just pulled up this that says Whisper Gnomes also speak Terran. I'll do Elven. Elven is fine.
Okay. Elven, and then you decided Common, Elven, Halfling, and what was the last one? And Gnomish. Yeah.
Because I'm a gnome.
Yep. All right. Which also comes in handy. You know, some of the people that live here are actually gnomes. They are migrant gnomes that come here. So, yeah, with that 29 check, you do see a group of gnomes kind of gathered about outside of the Harvest Guild. You notice that they are kind of just purchasing some produce, some goods, looking like they're heading back towards the Kragan Quarter. What are you doing?
I'm going to keep trying to get my bearings on this guy, get my eyes on him.
Okay. Yeah, give me one more gather information check. This is going to be a lower DC since they have just come from the Harvester Guild. Okay. They tell you essentially that there was someone kind of trying to talk to them about purchasing goods that they weren't interested in. He was very pushy, very sweaty, looked like he was in a rush. He was back behind the alleyway, and they kind of point over between a couple of buildings, and you see there's just kind of like a 3-foot, basically not much more than a horse walk between 2 big residential buildings, and it goes back behind the guild, and back there it looks pretty dark, and they kind of go, he kept wanting us to go back there to sell something, and we just weren't interested. They're saying this in Gnomish to you.
Okay, so I would try to go to the place that they said that they were like an orc tried to sell them stuff.
Yeah. Basically was like calling him over, trying to get him to go back into this back alley to sell them something that he was very much like, you know, trying to tell them how much it's worth, but that he was going to give a really good deal for it if they were interested. You want to go back into that alley?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just kind of walk in there and act like it's a
okay,
like I'm a person that you would sell stuff to.
Okay. You cross through this very narrow alleyway, only 3 feet wide. There's hanging clothes and things up on wires above you between the buildings. And as you go, you start hearing voices of someone talking in a gruff, orcish voice. Look, all I can do is tell you that this will take care of your needs. You told me you don't like your mother-in-law. This is going to take care of that. And usually this would cost hundreds of platinum. But I'm willing to let it go for only 40 platinum. That's 400 gold. There's no way I'm going to be able to feed my children off that, but I could use the money.
I'm gonna walk towards the voice.
Okay. Give me a spot check. There's a lot of stuff in this alleyway. And it's not clear exactly where the voice is coming from. It's bouncing off the various walls in this location. You don't know exactly when you turn a corner if you're going to see this, but essentially you hear another voice respond back. I just don't know if I need that level of result. All she did is kind of burn the pot roast. I think I'm gonna pass. Okay. I'm just gonna leave if it's okay with you. And
I'm gonna move silently as well.
okay. Oh, you got a really good move silent. Okay. You start moving, and in this very quiet step of yours, you hear actually the footsteps of wooden clogs, the shoes that some of the Kragan in this town wear. As the guy's just kind of like, okay, well, I'll come back. I know where you are if I need anything. And he goes, hey, don't tell anyone where I am, all right? He goes, okay.
I am gonna hide somewhere close to where I hear, like, if this is the way I understand it is he's trying to come out of an alley. These people are in a side alley.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look around and I'm gonna hide so I can let my plan is let the first lady out. And if he's in a place where nobody else will know, then I can jump him.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as you take cover, you actually take cover just as you hear this person like, no, I'm just going to come back later. And you start hearing like very fast footsteps coming towards you. And you're just in time with that hide check, able to get behind a crate, and your hat was sticking up and you're able to just kind of grab it and pull it down before it's visible. And you see almost at a running speed now coming around the corner, this gnomish woman running quickly out of this place, carrying just like a basket of bread. And then you hear down the alley, fuck, I thought I had it there. God damn it, I'm never going to be able to leave this continent.
Can I see him at this point?
Yeah, I'll say keeping your move silent and hide checks going, you are able, once that gnome passes, to creep up around the corner and look down a wider portion, almost kind of like a plaza, where you could see, maybe in the heyday, some sales and marketing going on back here before some of these buildings were built. Standing there is a half-orc wearing kind of shabby leather armor. You see, give me another spot check. Now that you're actually looking at a half-orc. Okay, not great, but you do see some sort of hanging, maybe talisman. You're not able to tell exactly like what's on it. It could just be like a piece of jewelry on the neck of this half-orc. He does have a weapon on his back, and you do see him sort of focused on putting away something in a small vial back into a bag. What do you want to do?
You said this is a place where is this like a cul-de-sac type situation? Or
it's seemingly a dead end right here. You look, you're kind of scanning around. You're like, this is a dead end at the end of this alleyway. And there's nobody else around from what you can see, although there's lots of windows overlooking this particular... It's more like a courtyard, I'd say, than a cul-de-sac between a bunch of buildings. And right now, he's about 40 feet away from you. As you peer around the corner.
All right, let me see something.
Okay. I just need to put something here. Okay. Cool. He's just kind of mumbling to himself.
Do I see like he's coming closer to me?
As of this exact moment, he's mostly focused at putting this stuff safely away. He's almost like nervously putting it away into a bag. You see him opening up the satchel bag with his hand around this vial carefully and dropping it in so carefully and slowly that it's taking him much longer than it should. Like he's afraid of the vial.
So, all right. So he's my I am going to try to I am 40 feet away from him.
40 feet, yep.
My chrono charm is only going to get me, 15? Because my normal movement speed is 30, right?
Your normal speed is 30, so it will add an additional 15 feet. So yeah, as a quick.
It won't. I'll just get a 15-foot move. Is that how it works?
Basically, as a quick action, you can get a 15-foot move.
So
Without,
I can take that and a 5-foot step, and it'll count as a 5-foot step, but 20 feet once a day.
Yeah, I would allow that.
Okay, that's kind of why I got it. Because all right, so I will try to move silently closer to him real quickly. I want to get within 20, so I can go. I don't have to go my full distance, but I would like to stay hidden as well. I don't know if that's possible, but I guess that's the question. Is that possible, or do I have to do something? Would I have to wait for him to come within 20 feet and then jump him?
Well, okay, so if you're truly trying to jump, right? You're trying to basically do this as a quick action and then take a jump at the end of it. You would have to make up the additional essentially 20 foot of linear distance with a jump check, horizontal jump check, which I don't know if you're good at jump or not, but 20 feet's a pretty serious jump check.
Well, no, not physically jump him. I mean, my intention is to surprise him and stab him with my kukris.
Yeah.
Straight up. That's what I meant by jump.
That's what I rolled against just now, just kind of some perception of, and so if he doesn't know you're around right now, then if you were to run up with a swift action and take initiative first, you would get a sneak attack on this if he is not aware of you, yes. Now,
but if I did that, I would get a standard action, not a full action.
Correct. To get to him 40 feet away, you would have to do it as a standard action. Just a single attack, unless you wish to try to sneak even closer, which would take, essentially another move silent and a hide check to confirm that he's not aware of you before you move. You do see that there is kind of another building corner that if you could rush across this courtyard, about 20 feet across, you could hide there in a sight line that he also wouldn't see, and then you would be 20 feet closer. So if you kind of zagged across the alleyway, you'd be able to get 20 feet closer to him.
Okay, separate question. Is there something that's within so if I got to this other place, then I could hide and I would be within 20 feet?
Yeah, in fact, let me just show you.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. Oh, good.
So, here he is. And there you are. You just peered around the corner recently. So kind of, you could probably get, 20 feet to there. It's a little bit more, yeah. It's
Is that
30 feet to there. Or here. Yeah, that's 30 feet to there, which would also leave it as 25 feet to him at that point. But you're saying you need to get to 20 feet from him, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. From there, it's 35. That would work. This spot right here, if you could get to it,
what is that in that spot?
It's kind of an awning, and there's just this cloth door in front of that awning. It could be somebody's living room. What you know is it's an entrance to someplace. But all that's in the front is just tapestry cloth as a door.
All right, I have the skill named Shadow Jaunt. It's a standard action, but it's basically a 50-foot bamf.
Okay.
I can Shadow Jaunt across the way. I don't necessarily want to go inside the house, but
if you go there, you're still not within 20 feet, but you won't be in somebody's house.
Okay, that's exactly it. And then
Okay.
do I need to hide again?
Let me see. I think because you just jaunted, I won't make a move silent check, but I do need a hide check. Just to kind of cover yourself. And you are very small and he is large, so it's not a difficult DC. Yeah, no, with a 43. You are able, the like the Asian contortionist from Ocean's 11. You're just able to cram yourself into like a corner with your newfound slightly smaller scale size and completely hide yourself.
This particular area, is this wall that I'm next to also cloth?
The one that you're up against right here, let me just point this out. The one here, okay, that's like wooden. And it looks like it just is part of a building that is like a short awning. It's only like 5 or 6 feet tall. And the building behind it must be part of that. The one to your south is more like 10 feet tall and has those cloth doors. I'll start marking.
Can I look into the building to my south with the cloth doors?
Only if you were on the west face. The north face is solid wood.
So basically, I need him to move up 5 feet.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. From this angle, that would be the case. Hold on one second. Let me just fix one thing. Okay, I'm just adding a little bit of height information here in case you need it. This one is plus 35. And then this one right here is only plus 7. Okay.
And again, this is the first time I'm doing it. So mechanics of sneak attack. Mechanics of sneak attack are he has to be flanked or not.
No. So in addition to being surprised, if you ever catch an opponent in a flanked position as a rogue, you do gain that sneak attack also in 3-5 rules.
It's or. It's an or.
It is or, yeah.
Okay. So I am gonna see if he's putting stuff away, right? Like he's not.
Yeah. At this point, he's still putting that vial. He's put it into the little satchel that he has, and now he's just like trying to figure out where on his belt to safely put it, so that it's hidden from guards and things like that. So he still doesn't appear to be at all aware of anybody else in this space. Even the birds did not react to that hide check. Like, you bamfed so good that there isn't a single pigeon even flying off.
Okay, so when is he getting kind of close to walking?
Yeah, if you kind of wait and just kind of observe him for a little bit, I'd say, a round or two after that, he's fully gotten the Unger dust onto his belt. He kind of just looks around, takes a big, just mumbles to himself. Gotta find another idiot.
I'm gonna cast silence on myself, and it's
okay.
a 20-foot radius. So it only covers up until here.
Okay.
So he's not silenced yet, but as soon as he gets within 20 feet of me, if I roll into him, it'll be...
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because just before the silence occurs, there is that vocal component, right? And you whisper it, you're not saying it loudly. Let me just get one roll here.
Oh, is the spell likes... even though...
Oh, this is spell-like. I forgot.
Yeah, this is not a spell. This is an innate ability.
I forgot about that. The spell-likes, I've ruled that there is no vocal or somatic component to it. It just is able to be innately done. So, yeah, this is, definitely able to be done.
So I'm waiting for him to move up 5 feet, and then it's on like Donkey Kong.
Okay. Yeah. So, and that is a 20-foot radius. Okay, let me just draw that 20-foot radius just so that we have it. Okay. Yeah, as you observe for just a few moments, he does eventually just go, shit. Well, you wouldn't be able to hear him inside the silent either, right?
No, but I can watch him.
Yeah, he's kind of just like looks frustrated, starts slumping back towards the alleyway that you came down, which was, again, kind of down this way through this little narrow passage. He starts walking back towards there, and he gets to about right here.
Okay, now I would like to trigger my trap card.
What you got?
So I'm gonna do my Chrono Charm.
Okay. And where would you like to go with that? And I believe even when you go, the movement doesn't even provoke attacks of opportunity. You're like a blur as you move through, as if time slows down for just that moment. So which position you want to be in front of him? Okay.
Yeah, and then so I'm gonna slide out in front of him, and I think since the silence is on me, it doesn't matter. But I think the silence is moved because I put it on me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do this, which means I believe the way that this works is I get my full round attack plus an extra attack. It's like flurry of blows.
This is your maneuver, right?
It is my maneuver.
Okay. Yep. That is.
So I think I will just.
You make a -2 penalty.
Yeah, a -2, and then I think I get basically a standard attack -2, and then my full attack -2.
Yes. Before you do take those, as he's walking, and before you do that jaunt, there's a certain point where he's like mumbling to himself. You're not hearing it because you're inside the silence, and then he's just like mumbling, and then he notices like, I don't hear, and that's exactly the moment when you flash across with your Chrono Charm. Okay, so the flashing sun. So go ahead. Yeah, if you want to take an attack, you still have a full attack available to you.
I get my stance is a +2d6. I only have one stance, so I have it on all the time. It's a +2d6 to my whatchamacallit? Sneak attack damage, but I don't know if it's rolled in, so I get 5d6. So it should be 7d6 sneak attack damage on my.
Let me check it real quick before you roll it, just so that you don't accidentally double roll it.
So this is under
combat, right? Flashing sun.
Not flashing sun. It's the stance. It's assassin stance. It's not under that. It's under.
It's under your class feats, right?
Yep.
Okay, I see it. Assassin stance. Let me see if I programmed it in. I usually do, so that's why I want to check.
Well, I figured I'd ask. I'm actually glad we're doing this now.
It does.
I have lots. Okay, good. So,
it's built in with the additional 2d6 on the attack. It should toggle it when you go to attack. It should ask you if you're using it, I believe.
And then this does main, offhand light, damage ability, roll, public roll. I don't have to do anything.
No, you shouldn't, because you're not doing a two-handed attack. You just have to add in the -2 penalty.
Oh, I just realized assassin stance is a toggle on the attack.
It is. Yes, so it'll auto-recognize it when you want to use that. Yep. So I think you're ready to roll it. Oh, that's a lot of dice. That's a lot of dice. Shit, that second one, though, sucks. The second attack is not great. Okay.
And I'm going to get my extra attack because of the flash, whatever.
Yes, you do still have that. And that is still at a -2 as well. Okay. Interesting. So, here's what's happened here. Your first attack does strike with a 19. You do 23 points of damage. I like that the new version of Foundry actually breaks it out really nicely when you click on it, showing you exactly what it is. Let me do that on this camera real quick, just to show off. Your sneak attack is in there. Your assassin's stance is all in there. You do 23 points of damage out of nowhere, just like stab. Are you, I guess, piercing him, or are you slashing him with this?
It's a poopy, so it's slashing. I'm like trying to slit his throat, or essentially is what it will sound like.
Yeah. You come up and you're just kind of short, so you can't quite reach the throat, but you do take out some pretty hefty amount of HP. He's badly hurt just with that first swipe, and as you come forward with the second one, you do miss, but then you come back around with that flashing strike. That 17 does strike, but he was not at 0 when it happened. He was at 7 health, but you did 28 points of health, which I believe, based on our home rules, is enough for the massive damage. Let me just check. Massive damage is 25. It's 25 plus 2 times the player's HP at the time. That is how we play it on both the PC side and the NPC side. So it is not enough to do massive damage, immediate kill, but he is taken immediately down to 0. He is currently disabled at the end of your turn, but there is going to be initiative rolled here. Let me just go ahead and make him disabled. Okay, so he is disabled. Let's go ahead and let me get a combat going. Okay, you should be able to roll initiative now. Man, I was kind of hoping I was going to be able to use these rooftops as a chase scene, but yeah, you had a vicious sneak attack there. Okay. All right. So you are next to act already. He's just in shock as your blade just cuts him twice. He is disabled. He's not prone, I don't believe, from being disabled. Let me check. Does disabled make you prone? No. But he basically, can only take a move or a standard action. Yeah, you see his eyes just kind of bulging, and he's just taken by complete surprise. What are you doing on your first turn here?
I am just gonna. He's still. Do I get sneak attack at this point?
No, he is now aware of you, unless you were to somehow find a way to become unaware again. He is like trying to talk to you in just this silence and shock. What are you doing?
So I'm gonna try this next thing. So this is a swift action. So with this, basically I summon a small ember, so I get flanking.
Oh shit! Oh man! Oh, that's a good build. Okay, yeah. What is the actual thing that does that?
It's called Distracting Ember.
Okay, and that's from your maneuvers, right?
Yeah, it's from the. This is why, like, when I read the Book of the Nine Rings, when I finally made Maimon, I was like, I didn't end up making like a dex-based fighter. Like I went for like the Warblade. But then the more I read about this, I was like, dude, this is like the best rogue ever. Like, what did I never do? Because there's so many different ways to enable sneak attack, and I feel like a rogue without sneak attack is just cannon fodder. But I can actually reliably get it now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this small fire elemental is such a weak element, except for the idea that he could be created for flank. That's smooth. And this is a quick action, swift action, yeah.
It's a swift action. It only lasts one round. So basically, it's just literally just gives me at the end of my. There's a lot of things that I can do, like that are in the catalog of things that you can do as this kind of battle fighter, like whatever martial class. That basically end. Like, there's another one I have, which is like, I think I picked it, but there's a one that you get greater invisibility, but only for your turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm gonna do the.
Sweet. Let me just add him after you, because he does act essentially immediately after you. Yeah, you have flank right now. He is without his dexterity bonus. Well, he basically already was as a disabled. He was disabled, so okay. Yeah, both of those actually strike. So even with the first cut, now that he's disabled, you strike him, and he is immediately stabbed through the neck, and he's just like trying to hold the blood in. And then your second cut just slashes back. He is his neck is severed at this point, as you just see this pool of blood forming underneath him, slumped over into this alleyway. You did this so quick, you kind of are able to look around your shoulder in just a moment. You do not see any pairs of eyes right now. You could do a spot check to make sure, but nobody's screaming or anything. At least you couldn't hear it. You're in silence. Yeah. As you look around with that check, you don't think anybody has seen this yet.
So I am gonna loot him. I'm going to take his necklace, that vial, anything else I see that's valuable on him.
Okay. So let me.
Do I need to roll search?
Give me a search check in case for speed, because I'm guessing you want to do this all within one turn.
Yeah, as fast as possible.
Okay. Okay, with that search check, you do find a dagger, a short sword. He's got his leather armor. I'm guessing you're not going to take that off of him?
Nope.
Okay. So his two weapons, the talisman of Yivani that he's wearing around his neck, and he also has 44 gold and 15 silver on him.
And so we got I'll take the dagger.
Okay.
What other weapon you said is a short sword?
Short sword, yep.
I don't need a short sword. Okay. I'll take the dagger, the poison, the gold, and the talisman.
Okay. I'm adding
And unless he has anything else like that could be useful. I think that's the things.
Other than that, he's got the clothes on his back. Let me just add. Okay. I've added just a placeholder of Ungerdust on there. I'll add it in, the real stuff in.
That's fine. Nope, that's the only things I want. And then I'm going to walk a little bit farther away and drop silence, and then kind of move quickly out of the alley. Okay. And kind of, I don't know if I can like walk discreetly, like move silently and like hide, but I would try to be discreet, like I am a rogue.
Can we move silent and hide one more time to just see how you get out of this courtyard in terms of how well you get out of here? Man, you're really good at hides. You move silent. Yeah, you're a pretty good rogue. With those two checks, just like a silent assassin, the pool of blood, you drop the silence just at the perfect moment as you turn the corner. Not a sound, not even birds making noise, flapping away. You're able to make it down this alleyway and out of this area completely, back out in front of the Harvest Guild before you even see anyone. You're so blended in as a gnome in this much larger city of large sort of monolithic buildings. Nobody pays any attention to you, and you're out of there.
Awesome. I'm gonna. There's nothing special about that necklace outside of the fact that it's he wears it all the time because he thinks it's special.
Are you ranked in appraisal by any chance?
I am. You want me to roll?
Okay, then give me an appraisal check as you're sort of walking away holding the necklace out. You look it over. It is wooden, and you couldn't imagine someone would make an actual blessed talisman out of this trinket of a necklace. This guy must have been an idiot to think this was actually blessed.
That's perfect. I am gonna go wander back to whoever the poison guy's name is.
Yeah, Haralor. He's over at the Tinkerer's hut. So I will pull back out of that. That was freaking quick. I have all these rooftops. I was hoping this guy is quick as shit. He had some good stuff. This guy was not a low-level person. You're going to get some pretty serious XP by sneaking up that well on him. Okay. So you make it back to the Tinker's hut. You sneak back through the back door that you're already aware of. You kind of give a nod to the person in the front who's running this fake kind of gnomish Tinkerer's and Tchotchke's hut, and go down the stairs to the poison lab, and you find a Haralor just kind of hunched over with a little bit of like a candlelight helmet like miners would wear, just working on something very intricately, and he puts up his hand and is like, hold on. And then he puts just a droplet of something into what looks almost like a petri dish, and then like backs away quickly. And he goes, okay. Oh, Finry, back so quickly.
Yeah, I take out the whatchamacallit, the necklace, and then I was like, how much would you pay for this?
Oh, the stories about you were correct. I think I could find a lot of good work for you. So you're telling me he's completely dead?
I'm going to assume that I kind of basically beheaded him before I left. So I'm just going to say, I'm like, he's in two pieces, and the first one is above the next line only.
Excellent. Well, you've certainly kept up your side of this bargain. He kind of throws you a satchel, and inside of it there is 500 gold. He says, I've given you a little bit extra there because I want you to come back and talk to me from time to time. See if there's any other people who are bothering me. I've got a lot of people who try to push their weight against me to get what they want. Anyways, your friend and you have discounts here for life moving forward. Any poisons or materials of poisons that you find, I'll give you 65% of their value. Pretty good.
That's perfect. I don't remember like what he had said that he would pay me before. I thought it was more than 500, but it's not a big deal one way or another.
He basically says that the 500. He originally said, "Well, I'll give you, because this started with the wyvern poison, and
it was that's why I'm confused."
Yeah. So the wyvern poison originally he was like, "I'll give you 14,000 for the 10 wyvern arrows." Then he pushed it to 15,000 as Landray was leaving. But then he said, "Look, if you do this thing that I need you to do, I'll give you 20,000 total for the wyvern poison." As well, if you complete this. So he still wants the wyvern poison arrows to get the 20,000, but at the end he sort of said, if you do it fast, I'll give you a few hundred gold also. So he still would only give you 20,000 gold if you bring the wyvern arrows back.
Oh, I thought it was like 500 to kill the guy and extra if I did it quick, and then 14,000. And I was doing the math where if it was 20 with the wyvern poison, how much would it be without? 500 is fine.
Yeah, he said tell your elvish friend to come back with those arrows. He's not going to get a better price than 20,000 for those. All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you're doing?
Not unless he wants to throw in a draw poison. I wouldn't mind another one of those, but outside of that, I don't need anything.
Medolford does not really have anything he wants to do. Just wants to see if he can get a hold of Barog.
You want to just try looking around the city more, or?
Well, no. I mean, our information gathering has said we are likely going to be able to find him out here by those stones tomorrow night. Yeah. So, GM, I'm sorry, I lost track of day count. How many days since we first got here? Is it the next day? Is it a couple of days?
Since you got here at the Humming Stone, or you mean the city?
The city. Specifically, the question I'm asking is how long since I dropped off the material to have Bard attack created.
Yeah, it's only been 1 day today. Tomorrow it might be done because he said 2 to 3 days. But it depends on GM rolls. So, yeah, it could be ready as early as tomorrow.
So the only main thing that Ultra would want to accomplish is before we set out to the stones tomorrow night, drop by and see if that happens to be ready.
Okay, cool. As you all kind of end observing these stones for today, however, you do head back towards the city. And at a certain time, Finrod just says, "Hey, I've got to go deal with a couple things, and I will meet you back at the inn later today." I assume you guys are still staying at the inn?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Anything else? It's kind of midday at this point. Is there anything else you guys want to investigate in this city, or do you guys just want to kind of go rest up at the inn?
I mean, if y'all have some ideas or something y'all want to do, by all means.
Anything of need?
Yeah, I don't really have anything.
Yeah, so you guys make it back to the inn. You do find some of the similar people out in front of this inn that you had seen previously. Finry was kind of nervous about this guy, Savfk. But, you pass by. Savfk doesn't even pay attention to you. Finry's not with you anyways. Make yourself into the inn. Is there, other than having a little bit of dinner here and going to rest, are you conversing with anybody in this inn? Oh, all right.
Yeah. Nah.
So then,
Nah.
okay. So then, with that, go ahead and press your rest buttons, and tell me who's taking watches, if anything, or if you're doing anything to prepare your room for the evening.
Adolfo will do like he did before, kind of sleep in front of the door in his new comfy backpack or sleeping bag.
Okay. You're gonna not take watch, just sleep, but sleep in front of the door in case it opens and wakes you up.
I mean, Adolfo has gotten used to kind of taking watch while the magic he folk get their studies in, because even though he doesn't understand what it is they could possibly be seeing on those pieces of paper, he understands enough that it has helped him a time or two. So.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Landry, Max, is there anything that you're doing just craft-wise or otherwise?
Nope.
Oh yeah. And I'll take a watch also at some point if needed.
Oh man, I really gotta fix this mouse situation. All right. Okay, the night. Let's roll it up. Okay. Landry, during your watch, I need you to give me a listen check. Okay. You hear hushed conversation outside. And once again, Savfk, this gnomish, kind of grungy-looking older dude, is talking to a group of other gnomes. And there is, there's kind of moments where they're talking loudly and then somebody goes, shh. And as you kind of start eavesdropping out the window on their conversation, you hear them talking about somebody named Yorka Mariancourt. Write it in. You overhear them saying that this person has gone missing. He hasn't been seen today, and that he owed a lot of money to the Woven Cask. And Savfk's just kind of like, I haven't seen him. I don't know what to tell you. He hasn't been here. Last I heard, he was over by the Harvest Guild. And the other kind of gnomes go, all right, fine. We'll go look around there. And they just kind of head off in the middle. This is the middle of the night, kind of 11 o'clock, midnight, that kind of range. Nothing else happens from that. The night continues. And eventually the sun does come up. It is the next day, so anybody who needed any health can recoup their HD worth of health.
And I would communicate all that information to the group and just say, has anybody heard of any of this? And just communicate what I heard in general.
Is that a name by any chance that Adolfo has any recognition of?
No, that's definitely not. Yorka Mariancourt is not a name that you're familiar with.
Okay.
Yeah. Henry just kind of shakes his head and says, nope, haven't heard of him. Okay. So morning comes, you do smell the smells of kind of a gnomish breakfast of mushrooms and eggs being cooked. What are you guys doing with the morning? Other than prepping, make sure you prep whatever you want to prep for the day. Where are you off to?
Well, if nobody has any specific thing, I'd say maybe go back over by the area where the stones are.
You want to go check in with the armorer first?
Yeah, we'll pop in there.
Okay. Any other in-town activities from you two?
I mean, if there's time, I would probably at least go as part of like just waking up and getting down in the main area of the inn. Just ask the innkeeper kind of to see if I can get some more information on that Yorka person, just out of pure curiosity.
Yeah, sure. You talk to the innkeeper at the friendly inn, and he kind of goes, Yorka Mariancor. I think I remember him, half-orc. Used to come here sometimes. Had a table over there, but it's been a month since I've seen him. No, he doesn't hang around the Kragan Quarter very often.
Do you know what he does, or what he's involved with?
Well, I wouldn't say he's kind of borders what would be crimes in proper society. I don't really get involved with those kinds of things, although mostly I don't involve myself with that just to keep my my throat all in one piece around these parts. I wouldn't dig too much into it unless, I don't know, does he owe you money or something?
No. I happened to overhear that he might have gone missing.
Wouldn't be surprising. I wouldn't be shocked if he ran up a bill against somebody he shouldn't have.
Gotcha.
You want some food?
Well, I appreciate the information. Yeah, food sounds great.
Okay. He grabs you a bowl and ladles up some mushroom and egg concoction in front of you. Max, you doing anything? Or just...
I don't know. I was trying to figure out if there's other stuff I could sell to try to make up for to try to get that Periat of Wisdom, but I have not had the energy to go and figure out what I can sell, so I guess I forgo it. It's fine.
Sounds good. You guys end up walking with Midolfir, it sounds like, over to the armor that he provided the Yeth hide for. Let me roll out what his check is. It was a pretty low check here, so sorry, Midolfir. You needed basically higher than a 17 on that to, with his bonus, to get it done today. So no barding for Varg today as you head over there. He says, definitely tomorrow. There shouldn't be any issue with me getting it done. It's very good material, just new, and I have to figure out how to mold it properly.
No, thank you for your work, Sarah.
It's still early morning, but you guys can go over to the Humming Stones, it sounds like. You can wander the streets. Is there anything other than going to the Humming Stones you'd like to do?
I'm just curious, so there have been reports of people coming up missing around the Humming Stones. We had overheard a conversation last night, or Landry did, about someone coming up missing. So, yeah, my Midolfir's thought is just go walk that area, see if he spots anything that may lend credence to something happened here the night before, and that is different than what we saw in this area when we were here, right?
Okay. So, and you want to look around the surrounding area of it also, not just the opening, but around it in the woods.
Yeah, just the general area. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, give me a survival check for yourself, and everybody else, unless you're trained in survival, give me a spot or listen or search, any of those. Pick one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, nice. That is above a 30 right now. Oh, and Max is coming in with a search check. Okay. Let me roll Finray's real quick. Oh, you rolled a 4. That's probably not going to help much. You needed a 30 for this anyways. Dolphir, with the assistance of Max and Landray, kind of just hunting the periphery of that strange circular meadow clearing, you notice a few things. On some of the trees, you see like almost bear claw marks, like you would see on trees. But you know, this early in the season, it's not even quite spring yet. It's still in the wintry end of winter period. That's very strange to see, and they look somewhat fresh. They look like maybe a month old scratch marks. Maybe 2 months, but certainly not since the autumn.
Never mind that. Okay.
Yeah, just innately, you know, though, that like bear scratches this time of year is a strange thing to find on the bark of some of these cedars.
Any like tufts of fur scraped up against like bark or edges around here?
Yeah.
To coincide with those.
That's exactly what Max's search check finds. Max,
okay.
As Modolfir is looking around in this spot where a tree has been scratched up pretty good with claws, you notice there's a tuft of hair stuck to part of the tree. And you kind of pick it up a little bit and you notice it comes apart almost like very light, short hairs. Gray colored, soft, very soft hair. Do you wish to keep that in your inventory? Max.
Well, if he's
I
sharing,
was double muted.
Sorry. Yeah, go for it.
I'm just gonna share the information, I guess. No.
Okay.
It's just
sorry.
It's just bear. Is it just bear fur?
It's fur. And Modolfir's saying the scratches on this tree kind of look like bear scratches.
Okay, yeah, I just handed over. And like, does this look like bear? I don't know.
I don't know. It could be, but
yeah.
I want to hold it up at Barg and have a scent on it.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to, just to register the scent with him. So.
Okay. I always forget, where is his track feet established? Let's see. Scent. Yeah, let me roll this. Hold on.
I think it's under his tricks, which
Wisdom.
Okay.
It's under his traits. Yeah, scent. So give me a wisdom check from him, because he doesn't have any survival skill.
Yeah, he does.
Actually, he does. Yeah, he has a +3, so I don't know, whichever one is better. I guess that's better, so give me a survival check. Hopefully better than the one... Yeah, there you go. That's a much better roll. As he sniffs it, you notice something strange on Barg. Like, his hairs are kind of like standing as he sniffs this. And he looks kind of agitated, and like, he does this thing with his paw where he's just kind of digging at the dirt underneath the tree.
Okay, so at that, I'll immediately speak with animals.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Awesome. What is it you smell?
He responds back. Wolf. Big wolf. In my territory. Big wolf.
Oh. find one of the like claw marks that we found.
Yeah.
And point it out to him. Say, same scent. Point at it.
Yeah. He kind of gets up and he starts scratching at as close to it as he can, but it's clearly like taller. Like whatever reached up as a if this was a wolf, would have had to have been like 3 feet longer than Varg to have reached where this reached on the tree. So like the height of a bear, really.
Oh. That's not good. That's not good at all. Share the information with the group. You know, Varg smells a wolf on this fur and the claws. Problem is, these claw marks are very high on the tree. Varg indicates it's a large wolf of some kind. And I compare the claw marks to like a typical wolf's claws. We're talking like a lot bigger, like
For sure.
Yeah.
Like an order of magnitude bigger, or like just bigger?
Order of magnitude bigger potentially. Like even as a bear, I think it'd be like a large creature, which a bear is. Yeah, like a grizzly bear would have made these marks, which is a larger sized creature than a wolf. Yeah. Okay.
So do you have this context question out of character?
Yeah.
Would Medulfer have, through his upbringing, knowledge of what we've discussed in the background of his character, like some of the? I don't want to reveal anything to the group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of character, I don't want to reveal anything to Max or Landry, but would Medulfer have like knowledge of like those types of things in their presence around the spark?
For sure. Yeah, I mean that's really, yeah, you would, and I can send you a whisper on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else with this information? Are you guys setting up to sort of camp this out a little bit? Yeah, what's your plans on the stakeout of this? I sent it to you there. Over.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. All right. I didn't want to say anything out loud and for purposes of not revealing information that I shouldn't reveal from a meta perspective.
Hey, Fenry.
Morning's Ryan late.
No worries. Yeah, you guys are at the Humming Stones, and Medulfer just found a tuft of fur that Varg reacted very virulently to, and Varg told him that it involved a wolf. But these scratch marks next to the fur are of some sort of large creature. I caught up. Oh, and also somebody named Yorka has gone missing in the city. There were some gnomes looking for him over by the inn last night. Yorka Mariancourt, and Landry kind of looked into it and talked to the innkeeper, and the innkeeper was like, nope, he hasn't been around for a while. So now you are definitely caught up.
So there are in walking the town. Well, yeah, I mean, I've been here before in my youth. I mean, Medulfer would want to head in to go visit any shamans that are in Great Endure.
Okay, I mean, the only shaman you know of is the shaman that you guys came from, who's several days away, up on the high, well, like a day and a half away. And that was not Barag, but Thorak, the shaman. Shamans are not common in the city itself. There are other shamans other than Thorak, but they stay in the woods and the high hills. Hard to find people.
So basically, like any shops that sell like I don't know, like an apothecary, right? But basically, anyone that would have certain materials that we wouldn't want to get for protection against or anything that may help. So against certain creatures. And on the way back into town, Madover is going to inform the group what he thinks that this may be. In Madover's upbringing in this area, they're very rare but very real interactions every now and then with werewolves. So, and judging by the size and the height of the claw marks and the fur and the positive identification that is woven in nature by Bard, that we might want to look for anything that may help provide any kind of protection against lycanthropes. So, from a shamanic or spiritual point of view, I'm not sure what the lore is in your world, GM, but I don't know, Wolfbane, just to be a generalized, a generalized thing of what I'm talking about, but like any herbs or anything.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you know that the group in town that really deals with kind of monsters that are on the loose, it's almost like a mercenary group, and they are called the Sight, and they are located. The site is located on the upper northeast quadrant, but pretty close to downtown, right there at 22.
Okay. Yeah.
Are any of you staying back and staying by the humming stones, or is everybody, it's still pretty early in the day, so there's no moon rising right now?
I would be up for offering to stay back, and I could basically just try to track, and watch what comes by. And GM, if I'm going to do that, I have a couple options.
Okay. Yeah, is anybody sort of agreeing with that?
Sure.
I guess I turn to Medolfir and say, do you think it's worth tracking? I don't mind staying back.
It's absolutely worth tracking, but not by yourself. Let us get preparations. If we do happen to cross a werewolf out here, there are certain things you would want to have to avoid any unforeseen complications. But let us go get some things and then come back.
Understood. Okay.
Sounds like with that, you kind of are convinced to go together. As you leave behind that scratched cedar, heading towards 22, it takes you 20 or 30 minutes to get over there through the busy streets. It is a, it is a moon day. Oh, interesting. That's by complete coincidence. It is Moon Day, the 14th. As you guys head over, there are businesses and things starting up for the week. And you do end up at the site. And you see a lot of people actually waiting in line outside of the site. Some of them have, adventurer gear on, similar to how you're dressed, Medolfir and Lanray. Not so many wizards in this line. But it is a line, and it's waiting for the doors to open, and then you peer in, you're like, no, there's people in there already buying stuff. What are you guys doing?
Well, I'm going to get in line, but I'm also going to talk to the group, and especially Fenrir, and those daggers of yours, are they enchanted?
Yeah.
Turn to the others. Potentially, you need to make sure any weapons, if we encounter one, are enchanted or made of silver.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get us some belladonna if they have it.
Max, you would know actually that even magical weapons have problems if this truly is a being who is only affected by silver damage. Alchemical silver is very sort of unique in that beings that have resistance to everything except for alchemicals have damage reduction against everything except for silver. That includes magic of weapons, not magic of spells.
Think so. Okay.
Now, sorry, I should retort with sorry. If it has a magical effect, then the effect still occurs. So, like, if you had a flaming sword, right, and you struck it, and it's a flaming sword made out of standard, say, cold iron, you strike it, the flaming part still would do full damage. It would not have any issues with damage reduction, but the +1 portion of it would still be the sword part of it is not bypassing the damage reduction. You let Medolvir know?
Sure.
So if this is a werewolf, it has like some kind of DR silver, but that means magical weapons don't get through that DR.
By its the weapon portion of that is still going to take a DR unless it's made out of silver. Correct. I mean, it still gets the +1 bonus, right? The +2, +3, but it doesn't automatically bypass the damage reduction like it would for other beings that have damage reduction to other kinds of damage reduction.
Right. It's still going to take. It's still even going to take weapon damage. Just it's going to be reduced. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how damage reduction works. Yep.
And I don't remember which game this was, but is there can we put like mercury on a? There was a potion that you can add to a weapon that would make it silver. Is that still a thing, or am I thinking of a different game?
That exists in the books, but I don't know if we have access to it in game.
That's the one thing. It definitely does exist. I forget what it actually is called. I think it's called Quicksilver. Hold on. No, not Quicksilver. I'll look that up, but yeah, I mean, maybe this place would sell it. I'll have to figure it out real quick. More likely, things against werewolves that are much more common. There are various sort of talismans that people wear that they believe protect them from curses. There are most of the stuff that's sold more commonly, especially in more religious cities, has to do with avoiding the curse of lycanthropy as opposed to striking a lycanthrope.
Which is the belladonna that I'm here for.
As you guys kind of discuss this, you kind of hear similar conversations happening around you about I hope that they have a resistance to curse talisman. I heard what happened to Alabdor. Taken away. These woods. Each full moon, it gets worse, I feel.
Ooh. Okay, so interesting.
The line event. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say absolutely. I'm gonna try to get any kind of alchemical agent that'll help. Should any of us get infected? Right. So.
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, eventually the line does start shifting. You guys make it closer to the door. It's like a 30-minute, almost an hour actually, of wait as they just process through. And eventually the main merchant who sells things out of the site kind of comes out and goes, "Sorry, folks. If you're here for werewolf items, we've sold them all out for today. You'll have to come back. Maybe don't wait until the full moon to come looking for things." And he says, "But if you're looking for anything else, we're still open. Just don't have any more of those talismans." I believe silver oil is what you were talking about, by the way, Adolfir, or General.
Okay. So yeah, ask him about anything else that he may have. Not talismans, but does he have, fresh herbs, packs of fresh herbs? Like, I'm saying belladonna because that's typically what it is. Whatever the herb is in your world lore.
Yeah. As you kind of make your way, a lot of the people in front of you just kind of get out of the way. As you ask about Wolfbane specifically, he's kind of like, "Nah, that won't help you against a werewolf." He kind of pulls out some basic, bundle of herbs, and it has a big garlic clove on the bottom of it. And he says, "This would help you against vampires, but I don't think you're gonna have any issues with that." And he pulls out some other stuff. Now he says, "There is one item that the shamans use. It involves the fur of the werewolf itself, but we don't sell that, and I don't even really quite know what it's called. We just kind of call it, yeah."
So, sorry, you finish the line of dialogue.
Sure. Yeah, they just call it Wolf Shield. But other than that, they usually would sell silver oil, and then they have a few talismans that they keep that avoids generally curses. But beyond that, nope. Just gear up on real silver, and if you get attacked, try to run like hell. But you're not going to outrun one. Just be faster than your friends.
So is he saying this is something that that someone else can make, or something that he can make with the fur?
No, he says only shaman can make it, and he's not a shaman. He's like, I'm just a merchant who sells goods that come into town for adventurers looking to kill some monsters. By the way, we're looking for members.
Therok is several days away, right? You said.
Yeah, at least a day and a half, even if you really hustled.
So, quick question. So, silvering a weapon, right? It's not how expensive is that? And then, can we just go buy some silvered weapons?
Yeah, he kind of smiles and he says, "Yeah, I do still. I mean, most of the people that were in here just now don't realize, but yeah, I do sell silver weapons. I'm all out of the silver oil, which is a little bit of a cheaper item, but I do have silver daggers. I got one silver short sword. I've got a silver axe as well, a great axe. You guys interested in buying any of those?"
Well, is it possible to silver an existing weapon?
He goes and he kind of smiles. He says, "I mean, with silver oil, but I'm all out of that. Otherwise, I would pretty much rip off everything that you have there and start new."
How much is the silver great axe that he has?
Yeah. Let's see. So it's basically a plus. Here's the cost table. I'm just going to copy it into the chat. So, whatever weapon you have, if it's an ammunition like bullets or sling, items, arrows, it's 2 GP. On a light weapon like a dagger, it'd be 20 extra GP. So yeah, he has a dagger, short sword, and a great axe. I believe great axe is the only one there that's not a light weapon, and that would be a two-handed weapon, I believe. Double check.
Can I? He only has one short sword?
No, he has multiple daggers and short swords. He only has the one great axe.
Does he have kukris or? just short sword?
Yeah. He's like, nah, I don't really mess around with those bent swords that much. Sorry.
Does he have small sized weapons?
He says, yeah, I mean, we get your type around here all the time looking for short swords and daggers, and he kind of pulls out some small ones. I usually just make these for kids, but they'd work for you also.
I think I would take that as an insult. Out of character. He called you short. He called you a kid. Madolfer's going to hand him 18 platinum and ask for the great axe.
Okay, yeah. Let me add that to your inventory.
And while doing so, I'm going to fetch the silver dagger out of my equipment and hand that to Fenry to add this to your collections.
That silver dagger is normal size, though, so he'd have a penalty against him if he tried to use that, I believe.
Oh, it's got to be specifically small. Oh, you are a child.
I look at Madolfir and I say, could I borrow that from you for the time being?
Hey, you're welcome to it, sir. May it bring you the fortune it brought me.
Let me just add this material to this. Silver. Okay. Yep, it's a standard great axe. It is, let me see. Now, does silver have to be masterwork, though? Certain items have to be masterwork.
I don't think it has to be masterwork.
Yeah.
But does he have a masterwork silver great axe?
He says, I've got the one he has, I would say, is masterwork. So it's going to be another. I believe that is.
There are some weapons that are required to be masterwork, but silver has a price for both average and masterwork.
Yeah, actually, on this one, it's not masterwork. The great axe itself isn't masterwork. He says, I've got some short swords that are masterwork, but now the great axe, it's too costly for me to risk that.
Hey, quick question. Do small size weigh less, or if you get like a smaller or large size weapon, it weighs the same?
A small, the size of that weapon does adjust the weight of the weapon, yeah. So, like, for instance, the great axe, if it was made for small, would only weigh 6 pounds as opposed to 12.
It's on the SRD tables.
Yep. I'm going to drag that silver dagger now to Landrace. We just have a good tracking of that.
Could I diplomancy a pair of small daggers that are silver?
Sure. What are you going to try to diplomat? Did you already? Hold on one second. Madolfir, did you remove the 18 platinum?
I already removed the 18. Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. And yeah, the silver dagger's in the right place now. So, Fenry, what are you trying to get from him?
To see if I can get a better deal.
Sure. Yeah. Give me a diplomacy check. He's like, you guys are good shoppers. So he's already kind of ready to tell you more.
Nope.
It's almost like he's got like a bit of like a grudge against gnomes a little bit when you try to do your normal sweet talking, but he's like, maybe if you guys continue to be good customers, I might give you a discount, but the price is the price.
I look at him and I say, what about, do you have any silver tipped arrows?
Okay. He's like, oh yeah, for you guys, sure. By the way, Madolfir, there is actually another 20 GP because the plus 180 is just the price difference, so it's a total of 200 GP. So remove 2 more platinum, please.
Will do.
Max, he's like, he smiles at you. He's like, yeah. He pulls out a series of arrows. He's like, I've only got 10 of them right now. These are actually much more popular amongst the folks around here. But I got another set of 10 of these. It's half the price of what an arrow bundle would be normally. Which is normal price for arrows are 1 GP for 20, so these are going to be 5 silver, but then each one of those is an extra 2 GP. So that'll be 20 20 gold and 5 silver if you want all 10 of them. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I mean, I look at him and I guess I look at Finry. Is there anything else we want? Or anyone else? Max, just to see if I can then... Between us, it's kind of like I'm winking as like, maybe we can get a deal if we buy in bulk.
Yep. Max, you want anything? Finry looks like he's buying something, so...
Yeah, there's no silver quarterstaffs, are there?
I don't think so. Like at the very end, there's just like a little blunt thing. I think that would actually turn it into something else.
It's on the table as NA.
Yeah.
It's not. It can't be.
It's not possible to do that. Yeah.
I mean, you can get a cudgel with the metal tip, but it doesn't count as a silver, even if it is silver, because I think it has to like
slash.
Yeah.
Question. I am trying to offload a couple of small things. They're just random stuff. So the smoke powder pellets I have in my inventory from Old Finn, those are the things that blow up, right?
They are. They have like a bit of a... you took it from that sewer. It was actually the thing that made some sort of weird mechanical engine run. It's not like a weapon, but it could be a weapon if properly used. I mean, it's essentially, consider it raw smoke powder material.
Okay, and then would this guy be interested in like I have a darkwood buckler and they're just a bombardier sling and sling bullets. Like, could I just offload that to reduce the GP cost of the daggers?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So let's start with what was the first thing you're going to sell? The
I can put it in chat because I think people want to talk. So
yeah, sure. That. Yeah, just copy paste in the chat and I'll tell you the value of it. Lanray, in terms of the arrows, I've gone ahead and added that into your inventory. Are you going through with the sale?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay. So those are 2.5 each, so that is 20 plus 0.5.
Can I? So hold on, is this the sale of the arrows?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, he said he has limited stock, right?
And 10 silver arrows is all he has left, yeah.
Okay, can I jump in dialogue-wise for a second?
Yeah.
Max kind of leans in, so it's like, do you have the material in order to make more arrows, or are you completely out of material as well?
It's been crazy. I mean, I'd have to melt down what I do have, but people have been going nuts for this silver the last couple of months because of all these rumors. I don't know. None of my guys have actually found any werewolves out and about. We keep going.
I'm just saying, like, you don't have like just ingots of silver that are waiting to be turned into material.
No. If you have any, that'd be great if you could give them to me. Finry, you pull out some items and he like takes notice of one, and actually it was mismarked in yours, but it plays into the RP. You know that these are brown mold bullets that Flicker Wisp used to have. And they're actually pretty valuable. As you take them out, he's like, oh, that's interesting. I'll give you 5 gold for each one of those bullets. The torch, I'll give you, I don't know, copper. Bombardier sling, he's like, oh, we don't get these very often. Kind of looks it over and he's like, alright, 8 from that. Masterwork sling. It's not a bad sling. 150 gold for that. Darkwood buckler, I guess I could find somebody. I mean, it's pretty good quality. I'll give you 400 gold for the whole thing. And you know that's a pretty good price.
Question. Max, I think I thought the bullets were for the sling.
Yeah, they are. I
didn't realize they were, what's his name? Flicker Wisps. So yeah, I would not have taken those if they weren't not mine.
He was loading them onto crossbows, as you remember, like you're like, oh, this could actually be used. As you look at it, it's got a capability to kind of be strung onto a crossbow bolt. But it also works in a sling.
I actually use crossbows. Could they be used for my crossbows?
Yeah. You want to keep those instead?
Yeah, I would keep those instead. But going back, like Max, I wouldn't have taken those unless anybody else wants them, because I think that was from your bag of stuff.
Oh, if it was in the one that you can look at, like, that's for everybody. I don't care.
Yep.
Okay, so it would just be the torch, the bombardier sling, and the masterwork sling, and the darkwood buckler. Okay,
yep.
Yeah, and that's 300 delta. And then if they have crossbow? No, never mind. I'm fine. I'll get rid of this stuff, and then add the small silver daggers, and then
just so I can keep track of it, add 30 platinum to yours. I'm deleting out the bombardier sling, but add 30 platinum to your currency count, your weightless currency. I'm deleting out the sling, the torch, and the darkwood buckler.
And GM, I think I still need. What was the total price? Was it 20 gold GP and 5 silver?
Yes, yeah, go ahead and remove that from yours, and the arrows are on there. So, now, Finry, if you've done that, the 2 small silver... Yep.
I have a dagger in here. I would have given that up too. It's like 1 gold, it's not a big deal. So can I just double that and make it silver? Because it's already in my inventory?
Yeah, I'll do that. Just, you can add 5 silver on top of that 20 platinum you just got. And let me... So you want 2 small silver daggers, right? Make sure I got that. Okay. This is going to be silver. And that's going to cost small weapon, 20... Light weapon, 20 GP on top of the regular price. So basically it's going to be 21 GP each. 42 total. And he's like, I'll make it around 40. Sound good?
Yeah, so you want me to 40? So do I have to add more money, or?
Just remove now. So, did you add the 300 gold from the sale? I'm not seeing it changed on your character sheet.
Yeah, my platinum's.
Okay, there it is. Okay, and now you can delete out 40. Remove 40 gold now, or 4 platinum. Have those in your inventory, and I created that as an attack as well for you. And let me go ahead and just add a Dolphirs also, and then I think the shopping is done. Unless there's anything else that you're looking to do. Okay. He says, yeah. Whenever you need anything else to go out into these dangerous woods, let us know. We're the site. And he goes, you guys are looking for some cash on the side. We're always looking for folks to take out some of the things that creep in the night. Good day. Where to next?
I think once our shopping's concluded and we're a little more prepared, maybe head back there and start tracking. Unless someone else has anything else that they want to do.
Yeah, no, let's go back and do it.
All right. At this point, another sort of 30 to an hour goes by. You guys make it back into the peripheral region, back behind the quarry. You hear the quarry going in the distance through those trees, but once you start diving deeper into the woods towards the humming stones, it becomes eerily quiet. The trees do a really good job of blocking any of the sound from the nearby city. You make it to that same meadow, and we'll switch the scene just so that you're seeing it. Is there anything you're doing here? It's still sun time. Ignore the fact that I added a light that flashes to tell you it's sun. It is not night at this point. Is there anything that you're doing here to set up, to stake out, to look around further?
Since this area is sort of magical, can Max kind of waste his time by looking around for alchemical stuff or spell touch things? I don't know.
Yeah, heck yeah. Give me a search check.
Can I?
Yeah.
Same thing, but for like poisonous stuff.
Sure. Oh, that's a good roll.
It's not 20.
Yeah. Okay. So, with that, as you start looking around, you find around the bottom of the stones, actually, you do notice a kind of flower that you know to be useful in alchemical elements. It is cryptshade flower. There are 3 or 4 here and there that you could pick at the base of that, but also Finry's check out around the periphery. As you look around for like mushrooms, you're like, too early in the season for any kind of mushrooms that can help with poisons. You do find 3 other cryptshade flowers, the same flowers that Max is holding. They're in between some of these just normal wildflowers, so that's what takes it a little bit of time to find it, but you do see those.
I would give them to Max.
Okay. Max, yeah, you have 7 cryptshade flowers, just add a thing
So, it sounds familiar. I think I researched it at some point, but I don't have any left in my inventory, which means I don't have the details on the item.
Sure. Let me look back through your notes here, and I'll let you know.
It could be I'm mixing it up with something else, but it sounds familiar.
Give me a craft alchemy check either way, because I'll see what it sets right off the bat, and then I'll look back through your details. Okay. 625. Okay, so you do know that these have weakness to evil, but they are able to remove curses as part of the alchemical makings. That's one of its inherent planar capabilities. Beyond that, you're not sure, but you do know that these are found typically around grave sites. Like, these are little purple flowers that usually only pop up where dead bodies are found.
Hey guys, are these stones grave markers? Did my audio go through?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
They don't look like grave markers you've ever seen, Medolfir. They are not typical orcish or half-orcish style.
I mean, just off of that. Not orcish.
Interesting. Could Max try to decipher any kind of scripts that are on the stones? In the picture, I see some markings, but I don't know if that translates to reality.
They're really not really markings. It's hard to kind of get it right, but
Okay.
It's more like veins of, like, in granite, and it's very dark, and then there's white veins that go through it.
So there's no markings on these stones.
Now, ignore anything that. What's that term when you see things and stuff that they don't exist? It's that you're just seeing arcane markings where they aren't any. Okay. Are you guys setting up in any way to hide, to stake out, or are you just staying in the middle of the prairie? What are you doing? The day is getting later.
I would be, in terms of like top down, these are in the middle of the clearing. What's the distance between the stones and the wood, like the trees?
Yeah, it's a almost perfect 60-foot radius around the center point of this kind of triangular shape, but 60 feet in a radius around it. Sorry, 60-foot diameter around it, not radius.
60 foot in between the stones, or 60 foot in between the trees?
Trees. So from the trees to like the center of this kind of triangular pattern formed between the 3 stones is like right at 30 feet in every direction. So it's like a perfect 30-foot radius circle.
I will hide at the corner of the trees and keep watch there.
Yeah, give me a hide check. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm thinking we should be outside of the 30-foot radius.
Okay.
So
Very nice, Finn.
I will...
Jeez.
Yeah, Finry is crafted to be awesome at this.
There you go. I got a 5. Oh, no, I got a 12. All right. Nice. Yeah. No, I didn't. What did I get? I got a 15?
Yeah.
You rolled 15, yeah.
Okay.
I'm apparently the worst at this.
Yeah, which is surprising. I think more than anything, it's kind of your ranger agitation. You just kind of are trying to hide also, and you're like, man, still a long time until night. You kind of just stand up from time to time, and that would give away your location sometimes if anybody was very observant. Modolfir, are you hiding?
So 2 things. Modolfir is not. He's going to get in the center and sit down almost in what's the word I'm looking for? A meditative, sitting position, but with his great axe across his knees, with the hand on the handle of it, but not meditating, just sitting there. He is going to have Vard, however, go and hide and be listening, ready to alert to any sound.
Let me Varg's check. Landry, are you sending Meldo out at all? Or keeping him close by?
I would send him out to... I think he would be really useful in just surveying the outlying area.
Okay.
I'm also going to have Vard do a move silent. The second thing, when I said there were 2 things, is I really need to go take a bio break. So here.
Yeah, go for it. You all watch as Modolfir kind of sits at the center of this triangular pattern between the stones, separating out maybe 5 or 6 feet between each stone, maybe 10 feet. You all kind of take cover back by the trees themselves. Are you guys trying to convince Modolfir at all to to come back over into the trees, or are you leaving him out in the center?
Max is trying to get him out of the center, but...
Is anybody casting anything on him? Go ahead, Larry. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I was just gonna say I would try to convince him to come out of the center as well, and I mean I don't want to wait super long, but if he starts moving, I might consider casting something that might help a little bit and just help him. But
I mean, based on what he said, he's kind of stuck sitting there. But you guys can just either wait for him to get back from the bio break and discuss it out, or if you want.
How is he stuck?
He's not stuck. Sorry, he is
okay.
Obstinate to leaving at this moment. I would say, based on everybody else took hiding, and he is sitting, meditating. His eyes are kind of closed. He's like, trying to focus.
I mean, he could do the same thing from 30 feet away. I don't know.
Yeah, it's barbarians, man. You gotta try to explain it to him.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, he is sitting out in the open. It is starting to get later in the day. It's 3:30, 4. The sun is starting to creep lower. Parts of it are being partially obscured by the trees. Modolfir still sitting at the center. Anybody doing anything at this point? Now that night is approaching within the next couple of hours. Okay. Let's see. Inri. Give me anybody who wants, give me a listen check. And GM is going to have to roll. And I'm not going to allow Modolfir to do that because he is really hyper-focused at the center of the rocks anyways. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Oh, I forgot. Finner, you are not very good at listening. Or is Max?
Better than Max.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Varg could do it. You know, there are times, Linray, in this cedar forest that the wind blows just a little bit strangely, the sound of through the trees, where you feel like there's something else to the sound of the trees at moments. But with those checks, you're kind of just like, and just return back your focus on Medolfir at the center. Medolfir, I take it you're back now?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. While you're gone, the guys are trying to convince you to come out of the prairie as the night is getting close, and to take position to just observe. What are you doing with that request?
I'm sorry, were you asking that of Medolfir?
Yeah, Medolfir is being requested by the rest of the group to kind of take cover in the trees instead of out in the open like this. Are you telling them off?
Were they whispering it out to me from the tree?
Well, they were talking normal volume. I don't think there was a whisper being called out. It wasn't loudly, but...
We were just generally trying to convince you to, that there's some sort of magic area and it might be dangerous in that circle. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and try this.
Having waited...
Yeah. Moving quietly is not my forte, guys.
Okay. Having kind of taken the last couple hours really trying to focus your Wolfenveer thoughts in the center of this, eventually with the humming and them kind of telling you, come on, come back over here, it sounds like you are going and taking a hiding spot along with them out on the periphery as the night approaches. Just outside of that 30-foot radius. And you can give me a listen check now as well, although I'm going to say Finnery and Max, you guys are so inattentive, there's not really a way for you to succeed in any of this. So, Medolfir, give me a listen check.
Oh boy.
It's a pretty high DC. Oh!
Nice! Oh, nailed it!
Wow.
Nice. 25.
Nailed it!
You feel in touch with nature right now. Every sound that you hear, you feel like that is the sound of a bird. That is the sound of the trees moving. There's another sound. There's a sound of movement, of feet. You don't know from what direction. But as you listen and you focus and you look into the prairie, now at night, 3 robed persons approach from the direction that you were seeing, not carrying any kind of light, as the sun is just setting at dusk now, and approaching the rocks. They are 3, seemingly, they look human, wearing robes, one of which is kind of this reddish blue robe, and wearing on top of the hooded portion a flat brimmed hat on top. Are you doing anything? As they continue their walk, they don't seem to be paying attention to anything around, heading towards the center of these stones.
Real quick, does my whisper ability, is it only single target for use?
Your whisper ability, which one is that? Oh, it's one time as special capability, yes. You wish to use it? Your message?
You're welcome. Hold on. Are we all kind of huddled together here?
You are.
So as soon as I see them, but before they get to the clearing, I'm just going to whisper as lightly as I can. Hopefully everybody will pick it up that there are 3 figures coming.
Do I know which direction they're coming from, and can we spot to see if we see them?
Yeah, it's obvious at this point when he hears the listening. Now he kind of nudges over, and you see those 3 figures even without a spot check. Really, with the thickness of these trees, you would have heard them before you would have seen them being obstructed. But now that they're in the edge of the pasture here, they are visible. They are within the 30-foot radius, moving at regular walking speed. You notice one of them kind of looking around, but then focusing back at the rocks as the sun is just starting to dip now, fully below the horizon.
And they just look like they have like adventure gear on, or are they like normal people? Or I mean,
They look like normal people. 3 of them wearing hoods over their head so that you cannot see their faces, but you can see long white hair coming from one of them. And they are wearing a brimmed hat on top of the hood. It's a look.
Like a Van Helsing hat?
Yeah, except it's kind of brownish, not black. In this moment, if nobody's doing anything, they reach the center of the rocks. And the man with the brimmed hat kind of points to one rock, points to the other rock. And you start hearing him talking. It's only a few minutes
Understand
now.
the language?
Yeah, he's speaking Orcish.
What does he
You
say?
don't understand. It's only a few minutes now. We have to be in position. We waited too long this time. He says, just take it to the sides. Okay. What was that roll for? Oh, sense motive.
Well,
let me see.
yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one that is hearing it in its original Orcish, unless anybody else speaks Orcish. He sounds like he's telling them to get in position for something. As the darkness continues to creep into this area, with the moon starting to just make its way up, he says, "It's time." And he begins to pull out something from his cloak.
I'm gonna do a quick spot check. Do I see anything in their dress? Any symbols? Any like clan insignia? Can I tell what type of humanoid they are? Anything with that?
Okay. Anybody else spotting at the same time?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. The others make mention of a little talisman on the one with the brimmed hat. As he opens part of this little cloaky kind of robe, pulls out a satchel, and from it he pulls out 3 vials, 1 to each of the other 2. And you notice this talisman. And with that assistance, Bardify, you recognize this talisman.
What does it represent?
Okay, I whispered that to you. He hands those 2 other vials off, and he starts motioning to rub it on the stones, and they begin to rub this liquid on the stones. Bardify, are you doing anything? Anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, whisper.
Okay.
Targeting the one that's one of the 3 that's giving instructions to the other 2.
Yeah, what are you whispering?
In Orcish. Well met, my kin. And then after I say that, motioning with my hands for everybody to stay put, I'm going to walk just outside of the tree and towards them.
As you stand up to walk towards the center, his head perks up as he's applying this lotion. There is a magical force that now overtakes the center of this space. There's a swirling, and he goes, "No!" And he calls out as the stones start like brightening. The rest of you see as Bardify walks just into the beginning of this clearing, as this bright light illuminates, it flashes. And when the light stops being so bright and you can adjust your eyes, Bardify and the 3 people that were standing in the center of the stones are gone. Disappeared.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Max Restore says, well, that problem's taken care of, I guess.
Problem of Bardify.
Yep.
I'm just gonna go into the circle to see if there's like it's all done. Like,
Yeah, there is a strong humming happening right now as you approach The stones themselves that gave off that bright light, the humming is clearly coming like tuning forks almost. And Max, as you approach, you sense with that check, you sense strong transmutation magic still coming off of these stones. They are almost moving in how much they're humming, and you notice as you walk up, they are
hold on, you said transmutation?
Transmutation. That's the same as what you picked up as the aura previously.
So they were not teleported.
There's definitely an effect that occurred here, and let me see, can you actually with that check know what spell was just cast? Let's see, spellcraft. Yeah, you should have, because you saw it occur. Identify a spell. Let's see. Identify a spell being cast, yeah. With its spell level. You, as you look in, recognize that this was a meld with stone spell.
Meld into stone?
Yes, meld into stone. There's a warmth being given off by these stones.
I say, hey, that's my shtick.
Come on, hot dog.
Is one of the 3 stones... So there's 3 people that came in.
Yeah.
And then Medolfir, and they've been melded into the stone with these. Is one of these hotter than the other ones?
As you start feeling around, you do sense that this one, the one closest to the group, is warmer than the others.
Is it Medolfir's in this one?
Yep.
Wait, and I just look at Max. I'm like, he's in the stone.
Yeah, all of them have been melded into these stones here. So don't hit the stone, I guess, or do I don't know.
I'll just I walk up to the stone and I just start petting it nicely.
Okay. It is deathly quiet in this prairie now. Any kinds of birds or anything that were high up in the trees have flown off with that bright light. And then you all start seeing lanterns through the trees off in the distance.
Yay, we're gonna get blamed for something. High five, guys.
Voices kind of saying, "Thought I saw a bright light back here." And then a bunch of orcish discussion.
I look at everybody. I'm like, we should go hide.
Okay. Henry, you lead the group off to hide.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
Footsteps getting closer. Max, are you hiding also? Varg is kind of just like stuck at the stone that feels warmer and just like smelling it and like trying to dig at the ground in front of it as you guys kind of pull him off. You run off just in time. And as the lantern lights get closer, they kind of go. One of them in gnomish, actually, which Finry you pick up, who is a gnome, starts feeling the ground. There've been people here recently. There's 2 different sets of footsteps here. He kind of goes back to the northern one. Footsteps approaching from this direction, but also over here to the east. He kind of starts tracking them around. What are you guys doing as this guy's like slowly taking his time trying to figure out where footsteps occurred?
These are just normal dudes?
It looks like a 1 gnome and 3 half-orcs wearing armor, carrying weapons and lanterns. One has a shield also.
Do they look official?
They don't look dissimilar to many of the people you saw at the site. They're wearing similar types of clothing, but do they look like Bakabite guards? No. Those guys had like scimitars and had a very specific uniform. The gnome kind of speaks up. They might be still around. And then one of the half-orcs kind of calls over in Orcish and starts feeling the stone that Medolfir was in. And he starts feeling it, he's like... And the gnome says, "Can you just talk common again?" He goes, "This one is warm. Warmer than the others." Gnome kind of goes, "Okay. Odd. Hate this place." He starts looking around like, I feel like there's been magic recently here. Are you guys just watching the scene, or are you trying to get away? You do not feel comfortable in the position you are in right now. You had to really run to make something out of nothing to hide in. These guys are wearing heavier armor than any of you are wearing. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Landray would be looking at Finry and Max, but also kind of slowly trying to create more space between the stones and ourselves.
You guys following suit?
Sure.
All give me some move silent. This is going to be a team move silent, so it's really more about the average than any one particular failure. So give me move silence. I'll roll bards real quick.
Holy moly.
Jesus. At least skills don't have an automatic failure. Okay. The good news is the one, Lana, you're pretty good at moving silently. Roll the 17, he'll be fine. Yeah, you slowly back off. Let me do a quick couple of listens. Okay. You are able to get another 15 feet away, and the focus on the guys, the three orcs, half-orcs, and the gnome appear to still be trying to decipher what's going on with these stones as you get 15, 20, 25 feet slowly backing into the woods. Further and further from the scene. The lantern lights start moving again, and they start moving towards the north, away from you guys, since you guys are west of this right now. Start heading north. And the gnome goes, "I think we should follow these footsteps. Something odd about this one. Look at it." And he kind of says, almost dog-like. And they all take off towards the north, away from this. What are you all doing now?
I just look at Max Finner, I'm like, how do we get Medolfir back?
I just say, I'm not an abjurer, so I don't know how, I can't dispel the magic that put him in there. I can't, we told him not to be in the circle. I don't know.
If we cast something again, would it reverse it?
GM? I don't know.
Right. And Landray doesn't know either, so that's
You
why.
know that each time that Flicker was casted, it wasn't like it was only a one-time deal. It worked. Each time he did it, it didn't seem like there was a time-space, like a spacing.
Yeah, but none of these guys cast anything. The environment did it.
No,
They had some sort of
rubbed oil on the thing.
They did, yes. They rubbed oil onto the stones before the bright light erupted, and each of them rubbed one onto each stone.
So if it I don't know. Like, I could risk casting a transmutation, but I don't know if it will take all of us or it'll just take me. So, I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Can we figure out what they rubbed on the stone?
Yeah, you guys can definitely go over there and take a look. Now,
So hold on, the gnomes and orcs are gone?
They walked to the north, but it's only been a few moments. Like, how long do you want to wait before you reapproach and try to analyze things?
At least 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give it a couple minutes.
Okay. Hold 1 second here. I need to do one thing. Where the hell? Have it here. Okay. Give me a second. I just need to pull one item over.
I mean, I could do haste on all of us. That's transmutation, and it targets multiple creatures, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. As you wait a few minutes and then eventually return back, no signs of lanterns. Let me delete that little light right there. And let me pull your actual tokens in. Okay, and Varg, of course. You approach closer. It is night, so let me drop light. Is anybody lighting a torch or anything as you approach? I believe Finry, you can see in the dark.
Yeah. Dark is good.
It has been established that tonight is the full moon, so I don't think we need a light.
Great point. You're right. There is enough low light from the moon, and especially for Landride light, you can see a hell of a distance in this kind of light. You are correct. There is enough light that there is dim for Max, and everybody else is seeing perfectly fine. You guys doing?
If you guys want to go into these rocks for some reason, I could maybe facilitate that, but I have no idea what the effect of this is. So, I mean, we could just be killing ourselves here. It's up to you. I don't care.
I look at Max and I say, if we get far enough away and cast the spell, would that be worth trying first in case it wouldn't impact us?
Well, Finry, you had wanted to actually go investigate what was rubbed on the stones, right? Before even casting it.
I was just curious what was on the stones.
Yeah, go ahead, move your character over there. And yeah,
Max goes along.
Give me either like a craft alchemy if you have it, or a spellcraft if you have it, or just an intelligence check.
Nope.
Okay. For you.
Can I try either of those?
Yeah, you can. As you watch.
Now, I already did a spellcraft check earlier.
On the active spell, I want you to do another one specifically to investigating like this sheen that you're seeing on these rocks.
Okay. My bonuses are different for the two, for alchemy and for spellcraft. Which one's more appropriate?
Both of them can be used. I'll just take the narrative a different direction. Okay, with that spellcraft check. As you observe the oil that's on this rock, you're like, huh, that's kind of a waste of a bless weapon oil. Why would somebody put bless weapon oil all over? And then you remember, oh yeah, bless weapon is a transmutation magic. They must have been utilizing that to activate the stones.
I relay that, and then I say, and Flicker Wisp used to just straight up cast spells with these things, right?
He did. Cast in the proximity of it. Just as you're like kind of talking that through, you do see light in the distance to the northwest, a lantern. Low to the ground, low enough that it's underneath all the cedar branches, etc. Some kind of lantern approaching it once again. And you hear in common, there's heard some noise back over by the rocks. What are you guys doing?
Can we back in for Landry to come closer?
Landry, what are you doing? They kind of beckon over to you in this moonlight.
Yeah, I'll come closer to them.
Okay. Go for it. Just change one thing. Okay, yeah. There we go. As you do, you see half-orcs coming through the trees towards the clearing. Is there anything you're doing as the first one just is barely starting to be seen at the edge, and they go, I see someone by the rocks. I give you guys a quick action here. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna cast haste on all of this. I don't.
Okay.
And I do think there's something wrong with my feats that I'll have to resolve. I can't cast enchantment or necromancy stuff for now.
Oh, your spell school extra stuff?
Yeah, I think it's the feats getting in the way.
Okay. Yeah.
But
or
anyway,
you take a look at that afterwards. Okay.
Well,
So
I'll probably have to come in as sysadmin because I'll probably need to get to the Ambience, but
yeah, gotcha.
yeah.
Let me go ahead
I
and
don't
give
know.
everyone haste.
Including Varg.
Yep. There is Henry here. You're so good at hiding, you've completely hidden yourself.
Is that the north rock?
Oh, there he is. Man, you really are good at hiding. Okay. All of you now have haste on. Finry is extremely hard to see currently.
So does that take us into the rock?
As you cast that, as soon as it is cast and you all feel that magic taking place, the rocks start to illuminate once again, brighter and brighter as a flash just bursting out, and then all of a sudden you feel your entire bodies pulled until you feel nothing around you except for just like grayness. You do not see the clearing anymore. You do not see the orcs that were quickly approaching. Everything has just gone dark.
Hey GM.
Yeah.
For the verbal component of that spell, could Max say Bocop take the wheel?
Sure, yes. As the flash is accompanied with Max just blurting out, Bocob, take the wheel, as you feel your bodies just sucked into whatever this was. Okay. You guys are in the stone. Does anybody speak? Oh, as you say that, though, Madolfir, you hear noise. You hear like a garbled like, version of voices, and you hear take the wheel in common, but like gurgled as if it's being spoken underwater.
Noted. Do I notice anything else around me, or am I in a black void?
You are in a grayish void, and the only thing you notice is like when that flash of light happened that second time that Max did that, it's almost like when you're asleep and you feel like behind, you can sense kind of light levels behind your eyelids. That's what it kind of felt like. There is this brightness and darkness of muted sort of gray coloring. And now once again, much more slowly, you feel that kind of like coloration change, brightening close by. You hear just like gurgled voices. Where did they go? They were right here. Fucking A. Hate werewolves. Spread out. He couldn't have gone far. And the light sort of dims down. Yeah, all of you are hearing this now and through this gurgling. Is anybody saying anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Manova would call out. Henry. Henry?
Here.
I'm so stoned.
So you said we're in a totally gray landscape. Can we see ourselves, or is it like
You look down and you kind of can see like your cheeks a little bit, and you're just like, no, you can't really see your hands or any part of your body in here. But you hear voices.
can I move?
No, it's odd. Like, you are not able to actually release yourself in any way from this kind of stone around you.
Are all of us experiencing the same thing right now?
Yeah.
And do we get the sense that we have vision?
Do you feel like you have vision? It's just that the vision is obstructed almost immediately from your eyes. As you try to move forward and around in this stone, you feel trapped by it. That's not usual for meld into stone. Max, you would know that, having seen, I believe Finnery was able to do that at one point. Original Finnery. Yeah, you like try to budge out of it, and you're like, nope, my body ain't moving. Time just passes as you all... Yeah, go ahead.
In Orcish, and not yelling, just saying it as if I was speaking to someone sitting right next to me. Is anyone else here?
Do we hear that?
You do, you hear, is anybody else here? And then, from the silence, there are others here, in Orcish. Who is it that followed us this night?
I'm a Dothr of the Wolf in Veer. You had a talisman around your neck of my ancestor.
He kind of pauses, and then you hear just the words, Satsadark, which you know is the boundary depths, the words for the boundary depths. It's kind of asked in almost like a question. Ask Savat.
He's asking, he's saying the boundary depths in the form of a question.
Yeah.
Any recognition of what he's talking about?
Yeah, last time that was kind of what was written by your uncle onto that paper. You remember talking to Thorok about it.
You don't remember your uncle?
It's kind of nice. No, I'm kidding. He's gonna go. At hearing that, I'm just gonna say that is why I am here. Yes. Are you Barog?
I am Barak. But you do not know what you have interfered with here. There are two others here. I must remain in the stones until this night passes. Did not know there were others watching. I am a shepherd of those whose souls have been tortured, beyond just a journeyman. We're going to be here stuck this evening. Hopefully those outside will not come to destroy these stones. Or if they do, we will be in great harm.
In the meantime, then, let us discuss the last Sabat.
Okay. Anybody else, they're talking in Orcish, which is kind of frustrating. Are you guys talking to yourselves in common while they're talking in Orcish? Doesn't seem like this guy speaks common. Time just keeps passing. It you feel like you've been in this for like an hour already at this point.
I mean, can Max? I don't know. He's like in a headspace, right? So like,
Yeah.
Can I do knowledge stuff?
Sure. Yeah. As long as it doesn't require somatic, you have other senses and vocal, all that. Yeah.
So somatic is physical.
Yes.
Are you saying that like I can't move?
You can't move your hands in the way to cast a somatic spell right now. Yeah.
So I'm held.
You are being held. Yeah. Inside of this stone, which is unusual for meld into stone. Usually you would have free will to kind of move out of it, but this almost feels like you're captured within it.
You ate that 150 milligram gummy, dude.
Yeah, you're melting into the bed, dude. Okay. Yeah. There is something beyond just meld into stone happening here. You feel almost like held person. Somehow inside of here. But in strange ways. Like certain things, yes, certain things, no. You just don't have the ability to move your arms as if like there is no amount of wiggling that you can do unless you were able to use your kind of like a psionic capability or other means to get yourself out of here.
Max is gonna ask MiguelAbuel, hey, can you ask your half-orc buddies there if they're werewolves?
MiguelAbuel, in between discussing last, so not you hear this from Max. Are you asking Alec?
In our conversation, I'll say, I came across evidence of werewolf activity. Are you?
I myself am able to control the form. These two, however, they are cursed with not being able to. On nights like these, they have no ability to stop from shifting and having the hunger kill. I have brought them here so that I can restrain them. These stones are ancient, carried off originally for defense by the Wolfenveer. But now they took them from their own harm. I am not, however, what you would call a werewolf. So essentially, he's able to control his shape-shifting into... But he does say, essentially, I can take the form, but I know how to control it. We're going to be here for another several hours.
Are these two you brought with you or others around here responsible for the people that have come up missing in this area?
Yes, unfortunately, these two did commit blood crimes before they were able to understand and realize the danger they were in and come to me. It's been several months now since the original attacks that they both conducted. How they became this form, I'm not sure, but they did kill some of the folk before I was able to protect them from their curse.
How did you learn to control this form?
Myself, I've always been able to, almost since adolescence. I don't know what causes me the ability to control what I shift into, but it is different than the curse that the werewolf carry.
You are Wolfenveer?
I am. I'm one of the last. I'm happy to hear that there is one more. I will help you find Ask Sardat. Go ahead.
Did our people shun you when they come?
Not the Wolfenveer, no. Others, yes. They do not understand what I am trying to do. I am not controlling those who are shifted into lycanthropy. I'm protecting society. I'm protecting the Bakabite from the uncontrollable urges until they can find a cure. As the night passes, he tells you more about Lask Sardat. And he tells you, we must travel to Elven lands, the far south of Akabite territory, along the edges of the White Cliffs. There is a cavern where you will face trials. It is a long journey from here, but I can help you get there, show you the path, if that is what you wish to do, which I hope it is. The curse that you are also facing is no different. It may be different in the malady, but in the end result, it is the same if you do not conquer it.
That is the sole reason why I've sought you out.
We will begin in the morning, after this moon passes. The rest of you, time passes agonizingly slow. This is like sensory deprivation other than the sound that you're hearing. There's no smell.
Did he ever respond to me in combat?
Oh, well, sorry, what was your question one more time?
No, yes. Well, number one, ask Barog if I share the information of the questions I asked, not pertaining to Lost or not, with my companions.
Yeah, I mean, the other two are werewolves. I think that was one of the questions. He kind of helps describe what the process is going to be in this rock until the next morning. Sorry, Max, I just forgot if there was another question. I can respond to it if you had one.
So once Max gets that back, he's like, oh, okay, I understand what's happening here. So I'm just gonna chill out and like think of spells. I'm gonna just like, if all I can do is think, then
that's all you can do right now.
So I'm just like gonna be like doing thought experiments on spells. That's all.
Finray and Lanray, in this sensory deprivation stone, what are you guys doing? Are you talking to yourselves? What are you doing?
Slowly going insane.
Yep, that makes sense. It is rough, especially for you. Like, it feels itchy almost, Lanray, because like you're used to wide open ranges and moving about whenever you feel uncomfortable to make sure that you feel good. But in this kind of like trapped quarters, this is awful. Hours just continue to pass with nothing to do. Eventually, just as you feel like your brains are gonna go into mush, the daylight does start to rise for the morning. And without rest, you all are expelled forcefully from the rocks, flung out into the grassy prairie around you. As you gather yourselves and adjust to the light, you look around and you do not see those three orcs and that gnome anywhere around. You don't see any signs of people. You do, however, see three new figures, the robed figures. Their robes are kind of ripped apart a little bit. Think Hulk, portions ripped from expanding their bodies. But you do see a man wearing a brimmed hat who walks up and says, Barog. That's all he says to the rest of you. Brand.
Greet him as Wolfenbeer. Forearm clasped. If he returns it, of course.
He reaches out. Double the Barogs. He takes it and he says, yes, your journey finally begins today. In Orcish. The other two who are like wearing tattered clothes, they look around back in human form, they look at their hands, their half-orc hands, they look at the group, they kind of cover their face and they run off into the woods, and Barog goes, no, you don't have to, in Orcish. And they're just kind of like gone in the woods at that point. I will find them again in 28 days. Is there somewhere we should speak? What shall we do? Do you trust these others?
I trust these others with my life. They have traveled with me for quite some time.
They shall be your Haradag. Those who come with. Much like myself.
And then, of course, I'm going to turn to them and be like, as long as that is okay with them, I speak not for them.
The rest of you are just now being told, essentially, by Midolfir that he has to go to the southern reach of Bacchus, towards the Elven White Cliffs. It is a solid... It is... I don't want to do that. Too many clickies. It is a solid 70 miles away through somewhat rough lowland terrain. You'll have to avoid some high hills and things. Let's call it 80 miles total. Towards the edges. Are you going with him? And basically Barag's like, there is no time to waste. I must be back within 28 days, so we must go soon.
Yeah, sure.
Will you all travel with me, my friends?
We would be happy to.
Midolfir will sheepishly look over at Fenry without saying anything, with a slight look of shame in his eyes.
Henry?
Say that again. You came a bit garbled for me.
I was just saying, will you travel with me, my friend?
Of course.
With that, Barag's like, you have found good traveling mates. Let us leave this town. I apologize, I cannot go through this town. Some do not understand me, but we will go around. We should be able to get to where we are going. Kind of looks and goes, 4 days maximum. I've done this journey several times. I know where to stop so we can rest. Let us on our way.
Let's go.
He kind of like grabs his things and he does like a quick blessing. He's like thinks and he speaks in Orcish towards the rocks. And essentially, Midolfir, what you understand is he's basically giving thanks to the rocks, and then begins moving through the woods around the quarry to sort of counterclockwise to the city until eventually you all get to some trails that are winding around the various lowlands, and you can feel a descent happening in elevation as you guys start following these footpaths. Several hours pass.
The general direction that he's taking us, is it just from my memory of our trek here, is it in danger of passing through the area where we passed with the dragon?
No, that was to the north. You all are heading like counterclockwise and south,
okay.
Away from the dragon. Are you bringing up the dragon to him?
I mean, if we're traveling by foot, we have a lot of time to talk and chat. And yes, I would absolutely bring that up to him because it was a matter of legend growing up, and it looks like legends are springing up.
Yeah, it's kind of the translator for the group talking through any kind of discussions. You tell him of the white dragon. He goes, that is troubling. I am not... I've had my head down, not looking to the moon. It is troubling to hear, but not surprising. There have been strange winds these last several months. Rifts in what is this world and the next. Does not bode well. I sense that you have a journey that you've come from, fighting some evils. Hope that by returning normalcy to your life that you can continue those journeys. Several hours pass. You guys wind through the hills of the trees of the cedar forests. It gets more bouldery as you're going downhill, less cliffs and mountains. And eventually you come to the following. Come to like a little clearing up ahead of you. A windy trail. Arag goes, this path has been taken by many of your kind, Ulfir. There is something that you must see. But I must not show you, or I am not able to approach it. And he points to the tree line. He kind of comes down here and he points to the tree line. And he says, passing through these trees to the right, you can find what I speak of. He kind of holds his position, he's kind of pointing out towards the right over here. Want to make your way through? Is anybody else going through?
I'll go with Muddlefoot.
Okay. Muddlefoot, kind of just wiggle around, move your character until you see a passageway through the trees. There's something back there. A bit of a clearing as you kind of make your way through Muddlefoot. Eventually, sort of up here. There's something built, and you see flowers all around it. Almost like a statue of some sort. It's been crafted. And you see it as well. You approach.
What does a statue depict?
Why don't you approach it a little bit closer?
Remember last time you did that?
I'll observe from just to the side, so he can be in the clearing and I'll be around the side.
Okay, hold on. There's a description that popped up.
Yeah. Fortunately, okay, my script is a little janky because it popped up for everybody probably just now.
I didn't see anything.
Okay, good. So it's just for GM.
I see it. I do see it.
Okay. You find a fountain approximately 2-foot radius with an ornate stone lotus flower that bubbles water. It's slowly dripping along the edges and feeding the wildflowers at its base. And on it, you see an inscription worn down from countless years of weathering. From Solin's blood, drink and be rejuvenated.
Is Solin... Sorry, go ahead.
You actually are not reading this. I'm going to say Finry's reading this because you can't read. But Finry, you do see it from a distance. That inscription is in large text. Is Solin... Sorry, what were you asking?
Who, me?
Yeah, you were asking about Solin.
Oh, well, if Finry shares what the reading is, because I'm going. But yes, if he does, my question for you was going to be, does the name Solon mean anything to Muddlefoot?
You? Nah. The Finry? Finry, you could swear there was something about Solon in those gnomish deep mines. Something that Ivandir was talking a lot about in his journal that Max and you talked about long ago. He mostly talked to Flickerwisp about it, but you caught some of the conversation.
Can Max be here now?
Yeah, you can follow suit. Walk right up to the fountain. Go for it.
Well, I hear them talking about Solon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I reach into the bag of holding and I pull out that time conduit clock.
Okay.
And I say, that same word is engraved into the platinum on the back of this thing. And I show.
Yeah. There's definitely a connection to it, and you guys found that in one of those gnomish ruins. Okay. Muddlefoot, it says to drink of the blood. Are you taking a drink from this fountain?
So I was typing it because there was other conversation going on and I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, is there like a jug, a cup, or a bowl or something to use to like Modolfer's thought is, well, I don't want to just get my dirty hands down here and stuff.
Max, do you have a container to take some water?
Yeah, I've got some urns or
Well,
something.
I mean, Modolfer has like
Gear, right?
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
a
he's
water
got
skin.
like a tin cup for like. Like we've got stuff for like making food at the fire,
Yeah.
don't we?
well,
Yeah,
the
you
purpose
can
of
take
the purpose of the question was more: is there something provided there already?
No, there isn't anything to other than the dripping water now.
All right, then yeah, pull cup out of my
Okay.
mess kit and yeah, take a sip.
Did you get a little dialogue box that's asking you yes or no?
No, but it looks like there's a button, but it's not clickable. From where the quote is, it says "From Solon's blood, drink and be rejuvenated."
Okay.
But it's
Yeah,
not.
okay.
I can't click on it.
No worries. Yeah, I don't know. I messed up the script. I must have. Yeah, as you take a drink of it, you feel a blessing come over you. Hey, where did your character go on the map?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Yeah. My mouse is all sorts jacked up, so I apologize for moving you. Yeah, you have a blessing bestowed upon you. I will add that. It is a blessing of Solon. And that is... There we go. That lasts 24 hours. It's gaining a +1 morale bonus on attack rolls and on will saving throws. It's also giving you a +4 morale bonus on all knowledge skill checks for Arcana, Local Planes, and Religion in the last 24 hours. I feel very calmed by it. Is anybody else taking a drink?
I mean, do I get the sense that Solon is a bad guy or a good guy? Like, oh, I missed that. I don't remember the context for Solon as much.
I mean, definitely the context that you remember is that Solon is affiliated to those deep ruins that you were in. You recall there was a temple of some sort in those that you believe was to Solon. Whether it's good or bad, I mean, that's... No, you don't know that, no. Take a drink?
If Modolfer did it, I'm going to do it.
Okay. Yeah, Modolfer did it. Yeah, you feel the same warmth. As it overtakes you, you do feel that kind of morale bonus. Max, I will add it to yours. Okay.
I think the haste should be gone at this point, GM.
It is, yes, thank you.
Have
Please.
Varg. I can't find his token, but have Varg take a sip too.
Okay, yep.
He's a thirsty boy.
Even the GM is unable to find stuff. Okay, here we go. And Varg. Lanray, you see them all gathering over there. Are you going over there at some point?
Yeah, I think I'll make my way over. Just
Come on, man. Just take a sip, man.
Right. Can't be left out.
Okay.
Be a lot cooler if you did, man.
I'll add that and I'll remove the haste. Okay. Yeah, you all kind of feel that blessing, and eventually Barag from the road goes, you all feel the blessings on you. Let us return to the roadway. Let's head back.
Crap, hold on.
Might as well give some to Meldo and what's his face too.
Yeah, does Meldo want a little bit of water? Kiddis?
Oh yeah, definitely get
Okay.
get us up.
All right, everybody's got some. As you return back away from the fountain, Barog is like, let us continue on our journey towards the south. We have long to go still. Not much
Hey,
light
GM,
left.
I'm colliding with a lot of walls. Trying to get back.
Yeah. Alright, I got you. Hold on. Yeah, I went crazy with the walls here. Noted. There you go. I got you.
Thank you.
There.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. As you approach Barog and start heading south, he's ready to lead the way again. And he starts stepping forth, and then he's like... Take cover. And he pushes you all, like, he runs into the woods over to the side. There are dangers approaching. Take cover. You all sort of take cover underneath the trees.
Yeah, I'm stuck down below the grass.
Okay. Do so
Have my sword out
quickly. Okay. All right. You guys are all good at hiding this time.
The dice render on top of the dang dialogue boxes.
You can change the dice area though.
Yeah, you could. All right. Let me just check one thing. Okay. As you take cover, you hear the stampeding feet of something coming through the trees down to your south. You do not see any figure yet, but it sounds like multiple feet crunching on on twigs and branches that have fallen. And you see a shadowy, you'd say huge-sized figure to the south. And before we continue for today, we're just going to call it right there. You do see what appears to be some kind of giant. And then you see on the giant's shoulder, there's a second head. And it just kind of goes, like smacks with a club, a tree in front of it. And then you see it look behind it and go, huh? And you see another lumbering thing moving behind it. But we will call it there. Yeah, you guys recognize this right off the bat since it's the only kind of giant with two heads as an Etten.
Yay! Yeah, we already fought some actually, very early in the campaign.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Is it considered if they're like together? Would this be considered a polycule?
This would be like a troop polycule of Ettins, yes. Excellent. All right, guys, good session. The way the werewolf thing could have happened would have been a lot different if you had actually intervened before they got to the rocks, and that was definitely a potential. But instead, you got vacuum sucked into the rocks with them.
So would you say we should get the experience for overcoming two werewolves?
As an obstacle, you will get XP, RP XP, and basically encounter XP. It won't be the same as killing werewolves, but it will be XP from that. Yeah. All right, guys. Have a good rest of your Sunday. Yeah.
I think I have to create a completely new character sheet because my spells are all fucked. So. I will do that.
Right, well,
I think it has something to do with how the data is stored.
It's probably a lot like the issue that we found with.
You guys were able to fix it.
Yeah.
You guys were able to fix it by just removing the bad feet and putting it back in. That did not help me. So I think I have to recreate all my spells and stuff. So I'll do that through the week. I don't know.
All right, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, guys, good session.
Well, have a good rest of your Sunday.
Absolutely.
Talk soon.
Yeah.
All right.